好，各位贵宾，大家好，欢迎莅临2024新北市智慧城市国际论坛暨ICF Top7宣布晚宴。我们的晚宴我们的活动呢，在稍后即将开始。那我们在论坛开始之前呢，也提醒一下各位，在场外有提供口译耳机的服务，所以如果有需求的话呢，也请大家在开场前可以到我们场外的报道区和工作人员领取我们口译耳机。在稍后呢，我们会。论坛是由双语来进行，所以有需要口译耳机的贵宾可以先在场外来进行租借。Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the 2024 New Taipei City Smart City International Forum and ICF Top7 Global Cities announcement. So before the forum begin, I would like to remind you that we have the simultaneous interpretation equipment ready for you. So please proceed to the entrance and ask our staff for the simultaneous headset. We have Chinese and English service throughout the whole forum and also for gala dinner as well. So you may proceed to the entrance and ask our staff for the interpretation headset. And our forum will commence shortly. Please kindly take your seats. Thank you all for joining us today. 各位贵宾，大家好！今天2024新北市智慧城市国际论坛暨ICF Top7宣布晚宴即将在1分钟之后开始，请各位贵宾尽速就座，也请您帮我们将手机调为震动或静音的模式，谢谢。Ladies and gentlemen, the 2024 New Taipei City Smart City International Forum and ICF Top7 Global Cities announcement will commence in 1 minute. So please kindly take your seats and please switch your cell phone to silent mode. Thank you.各位长官、贵宾以及媒体朋友们，大家好，大家早安！欢迎各位莅临2024新北市智慧城市国际论坛暨ICF Top7宣布晚宴。我是今天的主持人 Rebecca 佩硕。Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the 2024 New Taipei City Smart City International Forum and ICF Top7 Global Cities announcement. I'm your MC today. My name is Rebecca. 那在今天活动的一开始呢，因为有非常多的长官贵宾莅临现场，所以呢，就由我来为各位先做介绍。So in the very beginning of today's forum, I would like to introduce the guests of honors who are here with us today. Please wave your hands as I mention your names. 那首先呢，先欢迎这次的主办单位。I would like to welcome the organizer first. 先欢迎我们新北市政府的副市长，我们欢迎陈纯进陈副市长。Please welcome Deputy Mayor of New Taipei City Government. 陈副市长好，欢迎。接着呢，欢迎我们新北市政府研考会的副主委纪淑娟，欢迎。那同时呢，我们也要感谢我们新北市政府呢，我们所有各局处长官的莅临。我们请各局处长官直接跟大家挥挥手好吗？因为有非常多，所以呢，我们直接跟大家挥挥手，感谢大家的莅临。那接下来呢，我们要介绍的是 ICF 主席兼联合创办人 ICF Chairman and Co-founder John Ji Young. Please wave your hands. Welcome, John. 接着我们欢迎 ICF 联合创办人 ICF Co-founder Robert Bell. Please wave your hands. Welcome. 那接下来我们要为各位介绍呢这次论坛，我们国际论坛跟交流讲座的讲师。Now I would like to welcome our international speakers. First of all, the Mayor of Dublin, USA, 美国都柏林的市长 Chris Ambrose Grooms. Please wave your hands. And also former Mayor of Sunshine Coast, Australia, 我们澳洲阳光海岸的前市长 Mark Jamieson. Welcome. And Mayor of Kitchener, Canada, Barry Ramanovic. Welcome. 我们加拿大基奇纳的市长。接着呢，要欢迎我们巴西马瑟欧城市规划研究所的主席 ，President of the Institute of Research and Urban Planning, Brazil, Marcel. Please welcome Antonio Carvalho. Welcome. 接着也欢迎我们 Babel 智慧城市创办人兼执行长 Alexander Schmidt. Please welcome the founder and CEO of Babel Smart Cities. 紧接着呢，欢迎我们美国都柏林经发局的局长 ，the USA Dublin Director of Economic Development, Jeremiah Garcia. Welcome. 以及我们西班牙拉斯罗萨斯市经济创新及就业处长 Alba Montero Gil. Welcome. The Director of Counselor for Economy, Innovation and Employment, Las Rosas de Madrid, Spain. 好，那接下来呢，我们要欢迎非常多的驻台办贵宾。Now I would like to welcome representatives from various countries' offices in Taiwan. So first of all, I'd like to welcome 海地共和国大使馆 Asia Ambassador Rowdy Stanley Pan. Please wave your hands. Welcome. 以及我们驻台北乌兰巴托贸易经济代表处 Representative Tamur Bata Ganghuyak. Welcome. 接着欢迎智利商务办事处 Director Fernando Mariano Schmidt Hernandez. Welcome. 接着欢迎立陶宛贸易代表处 Representative Paulius Lukauskas. Welcome. 紧接着呢，我们要欢迎史瓦蒂尼王国大使馆 Asia Ambassador Promus Sadambiso Misbai. Welcome. 以及圣文森及格瑞纳丁大使馆 Minister Counselor Elroy Wilson. Welcome. Thank you for joining us. 接着呢，我们要欢迎驻台北以色列经济文化办事处 Representative Maya Yehudit Yaron. Welcome. 紧接着，我们欢迎欧洲在台商务协会 Energy Transition and Sustainability Director Dobra Zhang. Welcome. 还有阿曼王国台北商务办事处 PR and Marketing Manager Joanna Guo. Welcome. 接着也欢迎我们匈牙利贸易办事处 Investment and Trade Director Balazs Zabo. 以及比利时台北办事处 Assistant of Trade and Investment Ocheli Ouyang. Welcome. 接下来呢，我们要欢迎有几位到场的议员，我们林国春议员 ，Welcome the Councilor 林国春，还有我们议员黄淑君，何博文联合服务处的特助陈鼎钧，欢迎。哇，非常多的贵宾莅临现场，真的非常感谢大家 ，Thank you all for joining us today。那我们欢迎所有贵宾的莅临。接下来呢，在我们今天的一开始要邀请大家跟我们一起欣赏2024新北市智慧城市的一场欢迎影片，就是以 AI 相待，以智慧友。So in the very beginning, I would like to present the welcome video for the 2024 New Taipei City Smart City.
Hello, bonjour,
Konnichiwa.
Begrüßung.
Xin chào. 你好.
Welcome, my friends from around the world, in New Taipei City. We are dedicated to low-carbon sustainability. You can indulge in the purest mountain and sea views. In New Taipei City, we leverage AI to drive robust technological and intellectual advancements. You can experience the multifaceted charm of this vibrant urban landscape. Dear friend, we cordially invite you to the 2024 NTPC Smart City Forum. Together, let's embark on an innovative journey through AI acceleration. We stride toward an infinite future. AI, the Innovation Accelerator, for economic growth, sustainability, and human welfare. Welcome to New Taipei City.
未来透过 AI 加速奔向无限可能。那新北市自侯友宜市长上任以来，长期推动城市智慧化系统，勇夺2022年全球智慧城市的首奖 ICF Top 1的殊荣。那2023年呢，更是通过 ICF 全面评比，成为全球首座取得完整智慧城市认证的城市。所以今年呢，我们也特别和 ICF Intelligent Community Forum 共同主办，以 AI 创新加 乘永续治理 AI the Innovation Accelerator 为主题，一同探讨呢人工智慧如何促进经济的增长，以及呢还有可持续发展城市的永续零碳、安居乐业等等的关键议题，一起提升人类的生活品质。所以今天呢，我们一整天的论坛，我们邀请到了各国城市的这个国际城市的首长、相关的工协会组织，还有领袖跟我们台湾产业界的代表，一同来进行非常精彩的专题演讲，还有我们的 panel discussion， 一同进行交流，提供在座的贵宾更多有价值的经验。那在今天我们论坛的一开始，当然要邀请我们的主办方新北市政府陈纯进副市长来为我们做开场致辞，让我们掌声欢迎陈副市长。Now please welcome the Deputy Mayor of New Taipei City Government, Chen Chunjing, to give us an opening remark. Welcome.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to deliver my remarks in Mandarin. I believe English translation should be provided accordingly. 各位贵宾，大家好，我是新北市的副市长陈纯进。今天我们市长何友宜市长因为议会有其他的公务，没有办法亲自莅临我们今天的盛会，所以我仅代表市长来欢迎大家参加我们今年在新北市的智慧城市国际论坛，以及我们今天晚上也在同一个地点的 ICF Top7 的宣布晚宴。在这个国际论坛盛大的开幕时刻，我要代表我们新北市政府感谢 ICF 的主席兼联合创办人 John 以及联合创办人 Robert 的邀请，共同跟我们一起来举办这场备受国际瞩目的国际论坛。我也特别感谢远从海外前来的讲者，包括我们美国都柏林的市长、澳洲阳光海岸的前市长、加拿大基奇纳市长以及巴西马瑟欧城市规划研究所的主席 Margaret 的智慧城市的创办人，以及各国驻台的这个代表。云林县的副县长今天也在我们当中共襄盛举。我要谢谢大家给予我们活动最强力的支持跟肯定。你们的参与使本次的论坛更具有国际的视野以及专业的深度，我们倍感荣幸。自我们市长上任以来，新北市我们长期推动智慧城市应用科技在我们自己的生活当中，在全体市民以及事务团队的努力之下，我们在2022年荣获了 ICF 全球智慧城市首奖的殊荣，是 Top1 的哈。那在2023年，我们更通过 ICF 的全面的评比，刚刚我们主持人也跟我们说明了，成为全球首座取得完整智慧城市认证的城市。积极推动我们城市的智慧化。新北市已经连续5年举办智慧城市的国际论坛，今年我们更与 ICF 共同主办，以 AI 创新加乘的永续治理为主题，探讨我们 AI 如何促进经济的成长，实现城市的永续零碳等等的议题。我们处于 AI 时代的开端。从2022年底，我们 ChatGPT 推出以来 ，AI 的技术迅速的进步，成为生成式 AI 已经深刻影响全民的生活。我在这边这个插播一下，我30几年前在美国读书的时候，那时候才 expert system 嘛。或者是 artificial intelligence 才刚刚开始，那时候我的教授都还拿不到奖学金，没想到30年以后现在 AI 发展成这样的这个城市哈，所以 AI 应用在这个各个产业中，从汽车的制造、电子的产品、笔电，甚至是机器人和数位孪生，开启了我们产业革命的全新时代。 不仅仅重塑了城市结构和就业市场，更显著提升了国家竞争力与韧性。目前我们黄仁兴先生，也就是辉达的执行长也提到，生成式 AI 新产业革命的来临，台湾是 AI 产业革新的后盾。没有台湾这个愿景，我相信很难实现。台湾在我们全球 AI 基础建设中的关键角色是世界的支柱，而辉达的43间重要的供应链城市中，在我们新北市有将近20家在新北，占全国最高，包括鸿海、技嘉、微星、华硕、Google 等等的这些领先的企业。新北坐拥双空港台北港松山机场跟桃园机场也一样有双海港台北港还有基隆港，交通网络完善而且发达，连接全球主要的这个市场。那林口龟山在台地上串接着我们新北国际 AI Plus 的智慧园区，在那里又有林口的新创园区、华雅科技园区以及龟山工业园区，一条8公里的 AI 产业的这个廊道形成了完善的供应链的一个聚落，所以对于现今发展为 AI 聚落打下了一定的这个基础，这个也是我们几年来持续的努力。另外，新北还有 AI Plus 人才培育的这个计划。不久前，我们发布全国第1本的 AI 科技教育的白皮书，目标是将人工智慧吸入我们全市的学校。新北市积极推动智慧城市，致力于提升产业的竞争力和创新的能力，不仅提升自我的竞争力，更带动了我们台湾经济的蓬勃发展。新北市与国际的对话和合作不会停歇。我们谢谢今天这么多国家的代表，还有驻台的代表都来到我们今天的论坛。那我们也愿意秉持着与全球共荣共好的精神，将持续与全球携手迎向 AI 时代，迎战永续治理及近邻转型的新局势。我们将透过 AI 科技的运用和大家的力量，以及最重要的全民的共同参与，我们期待让新北朝着国际宜居大城市的目标来继续前进。我们要再次感谢今天所有来参与的贵宾的共襄盛举与支持，谢谢大家 ，Thank you very much， 谢谢大家。
谢谢我们陈纯金副市长为我们带来的致辞 ，Thank you so much, Deputy Mayor of New Taipei City Government 陈纯金。那接下来我们要邀请的呢是共同举办单位，也是智慧城市和智能社区相关的全球思想领导者。So it's our great honor to welcome the co-organizer of this event, a true visionary in this field of smart cities and intelligent communities. Please join me in welcoming ICF Chairman and Co-founder John G. Young. Welcome， 欢迎 ICF 主席兼联合创办人 John。
Let's do that again. Good morning.
Good morning.
Okay, that's the English lesson for today. So, the Intelligent Community Forum is pleased to be collaborating with the New Taipei City and with the ICF Institute here in Taiwan, and with many of you who are participating out in the hallway with your various exhibits, and a wonderful staff from New Taipei City who have been working very closely with us for many, many months. We're here for the Smart City Forum, but also tonight we're going to be celebrating the ICF Top 7 Awards. But, you know, we've been doing this for 25 years. In fact, maybe even earlier than that. In 1995, we started the first Smart City Conference. That's almost 30 years ago. So that's quite an achievement, and we're the longest serving smart city related organization in the world. And during that time, we've covered many different topics. We've opened up cutting edge themes with insights and advice based on best practices the world over. And consequently, we've come to you here today with that in mind. We would like to engage a conversation around AI, the Innovation Accelerator, for economic growth, sustainability, and human welfare. I think it's a great topic, and with that in mind, we've brought people from all over the world to give you the examples from their communities, from Canada, the United States, from Brazil, Australia. We'll also have people here from other parts of Taiwan, Spain, and also across Europe. Now, for many of you, the Intelligent Community Forum is a new concept, and you've probably never even heard of us before. So what we'd like to do is tell you a little bit about who we are and what we do. So just to explain a little bit, we have a different point of view in terms of what a smart city is. We go beyond the smart city concept. We are a social enterprise organization. We've been looking at economic development, but also we've looked at the whole concept of prosperity from the lens of citizens first, rather than from a technology. We know the technology will change, and we want to ensure that the citizens enjoy the benefits of the technology as it changes. So ICF, we compare cities around the world from a more holistic approach. We've called that the Community Accelerator Strategy. And within that concept, what we want to do is we want to tap the enormous economic and social potential of that technology for the benefit of the citizens and society as a whole. And we do that through a number of different ways. We, first of all, start from the idea of digital connectivity, or broadband connectivity as it's stated up here. And that is important for communications, for health, mobility, and so forth, all of which is data-driven and can be analyzed for making informed decisions, not only from humans, but also through automatic AI-enabled machine learning and so forth. And that's where the AI innovation factor comes in. But we don't stop there. What we want to do is go beyond the traditional smart city approach. We need to do more than that. So one of the first things we do is look at the citizen and how we're attracting skills and retaining those knowledge workers to work and thrive within that smart city infrastructure. And what we do is we then try to create innovation within an innovation ecosystem supported by leadership, policy, collaboration across government, and that also should be across the private sector and institutions. And we call that sometimes the triple helix effect. Now, we believe that with these key ingredients, we can achieve prosperity and economic growth in immeasurable ways. But we need more than those three elements. We need to engage the community, and we have to make sure that that digital activity is inclusive and brings everybody to the table. And with that, we're able to create a very resilient community based on environmental, social, and cultural sustainability. Together, this will create a competitive advantage for your community, and that we call an intelligent community. So we've been doing this for many years, and as a result, we've been able to rank over 200 cities around the world, and many, many more as aspiring communities. But in Taiwan, we've had something very special happen here. We've had over 17 communities on this island nation alone participate with us, and many of them listed here have become Smart 21 cities, top 7 cities, and even 4 of them starred here as Intelligent Communities of the Year. And this year, we've added Pintong County and Yunlin County as Smart 21 cities, so they'll be on that chart for next year. Now, 4 of those cities became the Intelligent Communities of the Year. Taipei in 2006, Taichung in 2013, Taoyuan in 2019, and New Taipei City in 2022. And as you heard from the Vice Mayor, the Certified Intelligent Community designation went to New Taipei City, the first in the world. Let's give New Taipei City a hand. So it's no surprise that here in New Taipei City, we're going to be showcasing some of the world's best examples of what an intelligent community can be. Not only in the exhibits that you see outside in the hall, many of the people here that you'll be meeting and introduced to, but we have also a very special tour that we're going to hold tomorrow for our guests, and they'll be able to see some of the companies and government facilities that meet that requirement. So without any further ado, I'm going to be giving you a sense of what this intelligent community journey is all about. So when you want to become an intelligent community, one of the first things you do is you assess your potential and progress. This is an easy thing for you to do. If you have a community that would like to go through this process, we'll have a very simple way of addressing those issues for you at the beginning. Then what we do is we help to train your people and partners in the community. We have modules that be able to do that. We then help you to be introduced to the world through a community and corporate membership program. We also have the Intelligent Community Certification Program, as you heard New Taipei City went through. And we have other cities that have gone through that as well. And we have ICF institutes. You have one here in Taiwan, and ICF nations that help to share those best practices. And finally, as we'll do tonight, we will celebrate through the Intelligent Community Awards, and we do that 3 times a year as Smart 21, Top 7, and Intelligent Communities of the Year. Our mission is simple. We try to help communities build innovative, inclusive, and prosperous economies that cultivate strong social connections and rich and meaningful cultures. And we hope that through that, we'll be able to engage the communities as a whole. And we'll have some great speakers here today. And before we go on to introducing Robert Bell, who's going to give you a talk about AI, and all of our wonderful keynote speakers and panels that we'll have today, I'm going to hand it back to our MC for a very special photo opportunity.
Thank you. Thank you so much, John, for the wonderful remark. And please remain on stage. I would like to ask you to move to the center of the stage as we're going to proceed to the launching ceremony. Please watch your steps. And so right now, we'd like to invite more guests of honor to join us on stage for the launching ceremony. 我们现在呢要邀请更多的长官贵宾到舞台上，我们一起进行今天论坛的启动仪式。那我们邀请新北市陈纯进副市长也帮我们到舞台上来。Move to the center. And also, we'd like to welcome ICF co-founder Robert Bell, ICF 联合创办人 and also Mayor of Dublin, USA, Chris Ambrose Grooms. Please join us on stage for the launching ceremony. And also former Mayor of Sunshine Coast, Australia, Mark Jamieson. And Mayor of Kitchener, Canada, Barry Rabanovic. And President of the Institute of Research and Urban Planning of Brazil, Maceió, Antonio Cavallo. And founder and CEO of Babel Smart Cities Babel, Alexander Schmidt. 我们是先邀请今天的国际讲师，还有我们2位的 co-founder 以及我们副市长一起到舞台上来。 Now we're going to proceed to the launching ceremony. So first of all, I'd like to have the Deputy Mayor of New Taipei City as well as our international speakers today to launch today's forum. So later, after the count of 3, so it's like, ooh, amazing. We have this really cool circular 3D holographic stand symbolizing sustainable cycles. So after the count of 3, please place your hands on this, on the stand to launch today's forum. Okay, 所以我们倒数3秒的时候呢，我们也请副市长待会帮我们把手放在我们的启动仪式台上。Okay, so I would like to ask all of our distinguished guests to count down 3 seconds together with us. 让我们一起倒数3秒。3, 2, 1， 请启动。智能启发 AI 创新加乘永续治理，新北市政府与 ICF 组织跨界联手，我们2024新北市智慧城市国际论坛暨ICF Top7宣布晚宴正式启动。让我们现在呢 ，please look at the photographer in the center who's waving his hands. All right, we'll take one photo with your hands on the stand. And right now, okay, I would like to cue the second pose. Please have your thumbs up. That means awesome here in Taiwan. 赞. Please look at the photographer in the center. Okay, 3, 2, 1. All right. Okay, please remain on stage as we are going to invite more guests of honors to join us on stage for more photos. Say yes. OK， 现在呢，我们要邀请到我们这个今天的交流讲师，还有驻台办的代表到舞台上来。首先邀请到下午场的讲师，我们欢迎云林县副县长谢淑雅。Please welcome Deputy Magistrate of Yunlin County 谢淑雅。还有 and also Director of Economic Development of Dublin, USA, Jeremiah Garcia， 我们美国都柏林经发局长。And also Director of Counselor for Economy, Innovation and Employment of Las Rosas de Madrid in Spain, Alba Montero Jill. Please join us on stage. 还有我们国立成功大学都市计划学系的林丰田教授 Professor Ling, please join us on stage. 紧接着呢，我们要邀请各国驻台办的贵宾 would like to invite our distinguished guests from various countries' offices in Taiwan. Please welcome HE Ambassador Rowdy Stanley Pan. Please join us on stage. And also HE Ambassador, where is our next? Okay, sorry, HE Representative Tumor Badar Gahuyak. And also Director Fernando Mariano Schmidt Hernandez. Next up, please welcome Representative Paulios Lukauskas. And also, I would like to welcome HE Ambassador Pramos Saithembiso Misabai. Yep. Okay, sorry. Okay, next up, I would like to welcome Minister Counselor Elroy Wilson. And also Representative Maya Yahudit Yaron. And also, please join me in welcoming Energy Transition and Sustainability Director Deborah Chung. And Commissioner Juna Ferret. Also, the PR and Marketing Manager Joanna Guo. And Investment and Trade Director Balaz Zabo. Also, Assistant of Trade and Investment Ochile Oyan. Please join us on stage as we have many distinguished guests and guests of honors. We have so many speakers. Probably we need to squeeze into the center a little bit. 我们请摄影师帮我们看一下，我们左右两边这样宽度 OK 吗？还是需要2位女生可以稍微向前，是不是 ？I would like to ask our guest of honors on the second row, plus probably lean over to the front a little bit. so it won't be covered by the, well, and then also the light. The shadow will be on your face. Yes. So can we see everyone? 我们可以看到每一位贵宾吗？好，尽量看到。摄影师看起来面露难色。直接站一排是不是？稍微侧身。Okay, I think we're gonna, move the guest of honor on the second row to the first row. So we're gonna have a really long row. And then probably squeeze, yeah, yes, like this. You're okay. Oh yeah, I think you're okay on this. Let's try to adjust the, I think you're fine here. Okay. So for ladies, it's okay to get closer to each other. Yes? Okay 吗？左右。第二排中间。你说这边的两位吗？是市长后面，我应该 OK 啦。我们就对，好，有露出了这个。有一个这个缝隙，应该可以看得到。All right, please look at the photographer in the center. 3, 2, 1, and I would like to. Can you do this thumbs up? Can I have your? Yeah, can you have the thumbs up? Yeah, 赞. Whoa, thank you so much. Whoa, we have so many guests from different cities worldwide to join us today at the forum and also for the announcement gala dinner. 喂，我们摄影大哥是在换镜头还是 OK 了？OK 了是不是 ？All right, thank you so much. And we'd like to take this podium out first. So yeah, you won't be trapped later. Thank you so much. All right, thank you so much for joining us for the very huge group photo in the very beginning of today's forum. And please kindly take your seats. Thank you so much. 我们谢谢所有的贵宾，在今天的一开始呢，跟我们进行了一张大合照。我们在今天的启动仪式之后呢，我们2024新北市智慧城市国际论坛就要正式的进入我们今天的第一场专题演讲。We will now proceed to our first keynote speech. 我们第一位讲者呢，我们要为各位介绍的就是这个 Robert Bell， 他在 ICF 主要是负责研究、分析跟内容开发的活动，并且呢也指导 ICF 用于评估社区潜力跟进步的这个衡量标准。所以接下来的这一段呢，我们将会由 ICF 的 Co-founder 联合创办人 Robert Bell 来跟各位分享 AI 永续韧性的智慧城市国际趋势。Now please welcome ICF co-founder Robert Bell to share the international trend of AI sustainable resilience and smart cities. Welcome, Robert.
Thank you very much, and good morning.
Morning.
So AI in the intelligent community. That's a very big topic, and I have a very short time. As John said, basically, the Intelligent Community Forum, in a word, is a network of more than 200 cities, metro areas, and counties with population, a very wide range of populations, big cities, small cities, medium-sized cities. And one thing I want to make clear is that they have taught us over 25 years what it takes to be successful today. And from that, we developed what John described, the Community Accelerator strategy for economic, social, and cultural growth. Why? Because we are, with all this marvelous technology that we're so excited about, it is completely disrupting our economy, changing our societies, and changing our cultures. And those who are responsible for citizens' welfare must think about that. So when you think of AI, what do you think of? Do you think of the cute little robot friend who's going to take care of your problems and plan your trips and help you decide what you're going to make for dinner for your family? Or do you think of the robot overlord who is going to do other things in your life? Well, when I think about AI, I think about this. I think about these bright young kids full of potential, full of promise, capable of anything. except that they're growing up in a bad neighborhood. It's a neighborhood that has poverty. It's a neighborhood that has crime. It's a neighborhood that's filled with people who don't necessarily have their best interests at heart. And as we all know, when good people grow up in a bad neighborhood, the question becomes, are their talents and their ambitions and their good nature and the love of their family going to help them have a good life? Or is the neighborhood going to win? Are they going to get dragged down by that bad neighborhood? Now, why do I think of AI as a good kid in a bad neighborhood? Well, because AI right now is growing up in a very bad neighborhood called the internet. It's called the internet, and everybody knows the large language models of ChatGPT and similar programs are basically just drawing down from the internet all the garbage, all the people who want to lie to you, who want to steal from you, who want to convince you of something that makes no sense, and as well as the people who are making jokes, and AI isn't quite advanced yet enough to know that a joke is being made. So it's not a great place to grow up. And that raises the big question for city leaders everywhere. How can AI, growing up in a bad neighborhood, serve the public good in your community? That's the big question that we face when we think about the AI and its huge, huge data resources. But the good news is that data is the answer, right? What's different about today's artificial intelligence from all other efforts is that it is trained on enormous amounts of data. In fact, we don't even program it, we just tell it to look, and it finds the patterns. So every city has this interesting choice between trying to train their AI services on everything on the internet, that terribly bad neighborhood, or on their curated data, the data they trust. And of course, in the examples that are taking place here in Taiwan, examples that are taking place around the world, that's exactly what's going on, and it's the answer to how we make AI serve the public good. So before this event, I took the trouble of surveying our current Smart 21 communities from many, many different nations around the world, 7 as a matter of fact, just to find out, what are you doing? What are your projects in AI? And I got back some very interesting answers. And what I've done is divide them up into 4 categories for you. The least popular one, the one that the fewest cities are involved in, is about infrastructure. And maybe that's not surprising, because infrastructure is physical, AI is digital. Infrastructure is expensive, AI is expensive, but in a different way. So there's not that much going on, again, in this small set of communities that we surveyed. Next up, the next most popular approach, or most common approach, was to use AI for social analytics. If we want to know what our people think, we now have marvelous data sets in social media, as well as interactions with our own websites. We can have AI look at that and tell us what's the public reaction on different issues that matter. That's a very useful thing, right? Chatbots, we can automate a lot of routine interactions with our citizens. Every city knows that citizens are going to ask the same 20, 30, 50, 100 questions. At least we can make sure to give them the answers to those very, very quickly in an automated way. And lastly, economic development, which I thought was in some ways the most interesting thing I'd heard in all of this, and I'll give you an example in a moment. Then we get into the things that citizens care deeply about: crime and safety, traffic. Every city struggles, even ones that don't have much of it, struggle with issues of traffic and parking and accidents and congestion. Now here was the surprise to me in this set. The most common applications we found were in sustainability, and you would not think that sustainability is something that you would attack with artificial intelligence. It involves physical things, air and water. But that's where most of the investment so far in our sample has gone. So some examples, and then we'll move on. This is a city in the U.S. in Canada, that worked with a private sector company to develop a smartphone application that used the camera to read the road. They have a very, very large road network. They're spread out over many, many kilometers. And the question was, how do you efficiently maintain your roads in a country that has a lot of weather in Canada? So it's simply a smartphone app running on a phone that you mount in your dashboard, and it runs its video camera and looks at the front road. And from that, it is able to detect potholes. It's able to detect broken infrastructure and hazards. And it uploads all this information automatically to the cloud for reporting, to make priorities for repairs, and also, of course, just issue the work orders. In their first year and a half, they've already mapped over 6,000 potholes very, very efficiently, which means that they've speeded up the process of finding them and repairing them and cut the cost of repairing them because they're doing it so efficiently. And this is from a place called the Durham region, which is to the east of Toronto, again, a very largely rural area, with a very sophisticated approach to dealing with the problem of potholes in a country that gets a lot of weather. So examples of analytics, chatbots in development, these will be familiar to you if you've interacted with the New Taipei City government. Chatbots that are interacting with citizens' demands, evaluating satisfaction, personalizing the engagement because they have access to your data as a citizen. Also on the other side of that, analyzing those social indicators from media, from chatbot interactions, as I described it earlier. And this comes to us from a very, very small city, and I find this interesting. This is Açaí in Paraná, Brazil. And this city, 15,000 people, actually with a Japanese heritage, interestingly enough, has made this kind of advance, right? Which tells you something about the power of AI. Yes, it can be expensive, but it's also accessible to cities in the way that many, many technologies have not been. This was the economic development example that I considered interesting. This city set up what they call the AI sandbox. It's a digital environment. They have that on their own servers for companies to test AI concepts, to validate their cost models, and to demonstrate products securely, all before they have to spend the big money on cloud services from Amazon Web Services or Google Cloud or Microsoft Azure. So it is obviously beneficial to companies, startup companies in the early stages, and they make this available to companies if they participate in their economic development program. And again, a small city called Hilliard in central Ohio that most Americans have never heard of, 37,000 people. And yet a clever way to make themselves more attractive to developing AI companies, just as we heard from the deputy mayor, so much work is being done here in Taiwan. Okay, now we get into the things that people really, really care about. Traffic. So many cities have invested in AI video surveillance. We're in one right now, I happen to know. Using computer vision to train AIs to identify vehicular traffic, parking availability, traffic congestion, accidents, license plate recognition, very important for security, identification of lost children in crowds. Everybody's, I think, favorite example of a good thing to do with AI and surveillance, as well as, of course, helping road planning and improvement be done better and more efficiently. And this example comes to us from 3 of the Smart 21, Coral Gables, a city in Florida in the United States, Izmir in Turkey, and Las Rosas de Madrid in Spain. So you can see this is a global effort on a problem that we're going to be wrestling with for a long time. Crime prevention. I picked this example because I think it illustrates all the principles that are important here, right? So they chose, of course, they've got the same technology of cameras, but they made sure to choose a software platform that was used by many, many other cities, and I'll talk about why in a moment. They paired this with an AI-driven digital twin, basically a digital mock-up in real time of the city's geography and major structures, constantly updated to make sure it's accurate. Why? Because they were able to map crime data on top of that and be able to discover things about it, be able to, for instance, discover, as they did, that a very small number of individuals and a very small number of neighborhoods were generating most of their crime problem. Allows you to concentrate your forces and your resources where they can do the most good. They integrated these two things But they also integrated it with other jurisdictions because they were all using the same software platform for the smart cameras, right? So now a criminal who leaves their jurisdiction and therefore they can do nothing about it and appears in the next one shows up in their system as a wanted person. So it really, really helped. In 3 months, it produced a 20% decrease in crime and a 9% increase in the number of crimes that were cleared, as we say in the States, meaning that we actually brought a case against an individual suspect. What impressed me most about this in many ways, though, was that they prioritized community collaboration and trust. And different cultures have different opinions about this, but certainly in the United States, there's a great deal of suspicion about government spying on us, and particularly the police. This is a community with a big minority population, and again, in my country, minorities have perfectly good reasons to be suspicious of how they're going to be treated by the police forces. So they worked really, really hard on helping people understand why this was going to benefit them. And of course, anybody who lives in a low-income neighborhood actually needs greater security, greater police protection, if they can get it in the way that they need it. And this comes from a city called Warner Robins in the state of Georgia in the USA. And again, a mid-sized city, 79,000 people, a really well thought out program thinking of all the issues that arise here. And my last example before I finish and we move on with the rest of our program is sustainability. Just a couple of interesting examples. I know this is a very large topic here in Taiwan. So here's one city that decided to partner with a tech startup that had an unusual application. It used publicly available data to conduct automated AI-powered mass energy audits of buildings. And I have no idea how this magic worked, but they're able to produce enough good set of recommendations for every single building in a city or community or a province for that matter, to give them specific recommendations about energy savings, about insulation, about all ways to reduce heating and cooling demand and so forth, right? All just good environmental practices. And this came out of a little community called Fredericton, which is the capital of the province of New Brunswick. Again, simple in ways, but it's a great example of public and private partnering to produce a public good. And of course, I'm sure that the folks at Climative also felt that it was a great way to make some money. Decision support, environmental decision support, right? Traditionally, we do it on paper. Traditionally, we send inspectors out. These two cities did something quite different, or two counties, I should say. One created this environmental decision support system for both fixed and mobile sources of pollution, which, because they blanketed the area so effectively, they were able to produce a record drop in the most dangerous part of the air, those 2.5 millimeter particles that you breathe in and cannot breathe out again, right? And this comes to us from Yunlin County here in Taiwan. It's a very nice example. Taiwan's a heavily industrialized country. It's working really hard on the issues of quality of life. On a regional basis, you had another city that can detect and verify a pollution source in 5 minutes, as opposed to writing letters and sending emails of complaint and eventually sending an inspector out to see. That 5-minute countdown from sensors allows them to take very swift action and achieve a 75% reduction in those manual audits that are always too late, right? Always too late to discover it. And this comes to us from Pingtung County here in Taiwan. A very, very impressive example. So I'm going to stop there, but I'm going to leave you with this thought. Be careful what neighborhood your AI grows up in. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Robert Bell, for the wonderful sharing. Thank you for giving us insights for the future development of smart cities in many aspects. Thank you. 那我们接下来呢，要为各位介绍我们美国都柏林呢，也曾经获得非常多次 ICF Top 7的肯定，在美国中西部领导了超过15年的智慧城市运动，并且呢，早在2000年代的初期就已经建立了非常强大的一个市政网络。那在讲师正式上台之前呢，邀请大家先跟我们一起欣赏一支影片。Now please watch the video. 好，那现在让我们一起掌声欢迎美国都柏林市长 the Mayor of Dublin, USA, Chris Ambrose Grooms. Welcome.
Well, thank you, and it is surely a delight and an honor to be before you today, and thank you for hosting such a warm welcome. Thank you to the ICF for having me. Today is really a culmination of a journey that began 2 years ago when the city of Dublin, Ohio, and the USA hosted the 2022 Global Summit for the Intelligent Community Forum. At that time, we welcomed a visiting delegation from Taiwan. And at the summit, New Taipei City was crowned the Intelligent Community of the Year. Today, I am delighted to visit and experience your beautiful country and witness your intelligent community here in person. I can certainly can see why you achieved such a great honor. And for those who have not yet visited Dublin, I would like to share information about my city and extend an invitation for you to visit. We are located in what's considered the Midwest region of the United States, directly in the center of the state of Ohio, just outside of the capital of Columbus, home to the Ohio State University. In Dublin, we pride ourselves on being great hosts. We are known for being the home of Jack Nicklaus's PGA Tour event, the Memorial Tournament, which just wrapped up 10 days ago when we crowned Scottie Scheffler as the champion. And it was broadcast around the world. One of the largest events in Dublin is our Irish Festival, which is attended by more than 100,000 people over the first weekend in August. We are one of the 30 largest cities in the state of Ohio based on population. 70,000 employees work in our city, making Dublin the second largest employment center in central Ohio. And we are the 12th largest economy in the state of Ohio. We are ranked the #1 small city in Ohio and one of the safest cities in all of America. And like Taiwan, the city of Dublin is also home to an ICF institute. Dublin is honored to have twice been named the top 7 intelligent community, and we are advocates of the ICF mission to help communities build, innovate inclusive and prosperous economies, and cultivate strong local connections and rich and meaningful cultures. In Dublin, as in New Taipei City, we have embraced the Intelligent Community Forum, all of what the Intelligent Community Forum has advanced in broadband connectivity, sustainability, knowledge work, digital inclusion, innovation, and most importantly, community engagement. We're invested in initiatives like this because we believe that good governance creates opportunities that enhance the lives of the people that call our city home. And we have advanced the notion that in our region and in our state, the ICF Institute is the driving force behind designing Ohio as the world's first intelligent state, which was announced at the 2022 summit. Part of being an intelligent state is positioning our cities and towns to embrace technological advances and leverage new applications to better position ourselves for economic prosperity, quality of life, connectivity, sustainability, equity for our residents. Ohio has long been known as the birthplace of innovation and inventions, especially when it comes to transportation. The Wright brothers got their start in our state. And in 1911, Charles Kettering developed the first electric automotive starter in Dayton, Ohio. I am proud to say that we are continuing these revolutionary advances today. One of the greatest strengths of our state and region is the collaborative nature of our different levels of government. In fact, Dublin has partnered with other entities in the region to create the world's most connected highway, the Smart Mobility Corridor. The 33 Smart Mobility Corridor is the result of multiple organizations and local governments coming together to support intelligent innovation aimed at saving lives and improving the way that we work, live, and travel. Within a 30-mile radius, with a 30-mile redundant loop of fiber connectivity, the 33 Smart Mobility Corridor is the backbone of the Beta District. What is the Beta District? It is an innovation network encompasses the city of Dublin, our neighboring city of Marysville, and home to one of our counties in Union County, and the Marysville Union Port Authority. It is more than a smart road. It's a living lab where innovators from around the world deploy, test, and evolve pioneering technology in real-world settings. The testing in the Beta District is visionary entities like Honda, Denso, Dirk, Ease Logistic, Fujitsu, No Traffic, and Share Mobility are working with us and our partners in the Beta District to launch smart mobility ecosystems, to test parking lots, to deploy intelligence, and it's all based on cloud-based solutions. Data collected and analyzed in this project have strengthened advanced driver assistance programs, or ADAS, and safety technologies. It is proven that these solutions, ranging from cameras to radar and predictive technology, like AI, are key to increasing safety for all road users. Serving as a living lab, Dublin is an example of how vehicle-to-everything, or V2X, technologies and the real-time data they produce can positively impact communities. Collaborators like this will play important roles in advancing ADAS and V2X technologies to help further protect everyone on and around roadways, whether it be in urban, suburban, or rural areas. Studies have shown that 94% of serious automotive crashes are due to human error. Utilizing vehicle technology such as these can address 80% of crash scenarios, could reduce 26% of crashes, and the technology could prevent nearly 600,000 crashes and save more than 1,000 lives per year. The information obtained from the technology in this ecosystem has helped the city make changes, involving increased police presence to reduce dangerous driving behaviors, such as jaywalking and drivers making U-turns. The technology enables vehicles to communicate with roadside infrastructure and alert traffic managers and drivers of changing road conditions. This program aligns with the City of Dublin's mission to become a global city of choice and the most sustainable, the most connected, and the most resilient city. So our strategic framework, we reinforce that vision with the supporting themes of economics, quality of life, land use and the environment, and infrastructure. Dublin has a long history of adapting visionary framework to lead our efforts through the next decade and beyond. Dublin, we are known for implementing and updating community plans and strategies to meet the ever-changing landscape of city governance. To carry out our mission and achieve the goals of being the most connected, resilient, and sustainable community, we have created many innovative and forward-thinking programs. Like New Taipei City, many of these endeavors are ones that have won us and the other intelligent communities recognition through the ICF Awards program. As I previously mentioned, one of the success drivers of an intelligent community is digital inclusion. To become the most connected city and to be the most inclusive, Dublin is partnering with a private company, Alta Fiber, to provide competitive access to internet service of 10 gigabits to homes to all of Dublin residents, to every address in the city of Dublin. Alta Fiber will be investing approximately $35 million US in this fiber optic network. Additionally, the company will provide tech infrastructure, which could include a city innovation center or public Wi-Fi initiatives. Construction of the 10 gig fiber network is expected to be substantially completed within the next 2 years. This will make Dublin the first completed high-speed fiber broadband service area of comparable size in the central Ohio region. This undertaking, coupled with Dublink, our 100 gigabyte fiber optic network backbone, is available to every Dublin business. We will make one of the most fiber-connected cities in the United States. And then there are ways in which we stay connected to each other. and employ some of the latest technologies, including artificial intelligence. The City of Dublin utilizes Zen City, a platform that consolidates online information, reactions, and posts from various online sources, and then uses AI to help develop insights on sentiment and trends. It helps to keep a pulse on our community and to connect any misinformation that may be floating around on social media. We use the information to mitigate rumors, direct people to the correct information, and block bots and fake accounts that sometimes emerge. We receive regular reports that include media mentions, public response, and emerging topics. We also are able to monitor short and long-term events, projects, and situations as they occur. CityBot is another tool we use to expand our use of AI through a chatbot for our website and texting. We will make it easier for the public to ask questions, to find information, and to request services. Chatbots seem to be on everyone's front of mind these days, and our IT department is investigating utilizing these tools to enhance productivity and combine it with our staff members' own experience in critical thinking. We recognize that AI tools are not perfect and sometimes provide inconsistent or biased data. As a security measure, employees are cautioned to respect confidentiality and data privacy, as well as be mindful of the data they input while using discretion. Of course, it is all still vital to cite sources of information by letting readers know if a substantial portion is auto-generated. We also advise using mainstream reputable tools like ones through our own software. We encourage feedback, suggestions, and ideas for optimizing usage of this new and valuable tool. Our police department, too, is taking advantage of new technology to keep our city safe. We utilize state-of-the-art geographic crime prediction programs for crime mapping and determining where crimes might occur. The programs take data from more than 10,000 sources, including other jurisdictions and police agencies from across the country, resulting in an intelligent-led policing to make better decisions. By detecting patterns, it helps target investigations, generate leads, and solve crimes. The City of Dublin is also looking for other AI programs to assist office staff, including Microsoft Copilot and AI-assisted document search, advanced camera analytics, and robotic process automation, AI task processing, and AI-assisted video translation. As we advance being a connected community, we emphasize that it's about human connectedness, that people will never be replaced by technology, that we are a city driven and value human connections, human relationships, and listening to each other to improve our interactions. But connectivity isn't the only area where we strive to shine. As I mentioned earlier, the City of Dublin also seeks to be the most sustainable city. Our city was founded in 1810, unlike many of yours, which I realize trace back many, many centuries. At the time of our founding, those early settlers experienced a pristine setting and valued, respected, and cultivated the land that they settled. One of our taglines is "It's greener in Dublin," and I'm proud to say that we have embraced that since our very early beginnings. Our city of nearly 25 square miles, you will find more than 1,100 acres of developed parkland and nearly 200 acres of undeveloped parkland, ranging from natural woodland areas to river frontage to activated athletic facilities and more than 150 miles of bike paths. Our future is aimed at being a model for sustainability community designed that supports our natural environment. We believe we are here for the land and for the people, and that everyone can thrive. Our sustainability initiatives include food composting, electronics recycling, prescription pill collections, hazardous waste disposals, document destruction days, and diverting tons of waste from the landfill each year. Our 2022 diversion rate was 47%. It is above the national and state averages of 33% and 25%, respectively. Our Irish Festival that I mentioned earlier has a mission to zero waste and encourage visitors to reduce, reuse, and recycle. Our city's fleet, our trucks, all of the entities that we use to maintain the city is routinely listed as in the 100 best green fleets by the National Fleet Management Association, earning the number 3 ranking in 2022. Last year, our city council voted to adopt revised zoning code regulations surrounding the use of renewable energy and for solar. The city's renewable energy regulations promote sustainability, environmental practices, and stewardship, while balancing the high-quality development standards that define the character of our community. Promoting renewable energy is an intentional objective for the City of Dublin, but sustainability is about so much more than just the environment. It's also about fiscal sustainability, about leaving a place better than you found it, so that it will endure for the ages. We are setting the conditions that our city will remain and still be a desirable place to live long after we're gone. And that brings us to resiliency. The COVID-19 pandemic was a shocker for the entire world, and like all of you, we had no choice but to bounce back. Today, I'm proud to say that Dublin, Ohio, USA continues to be safe, resilient, and inclusive city where everyone can thrive. We are a city that provides a multitude of options geared towards the physical well-being of all who live in our community, be it medical facilities, recreational and sporting venues, parks, playgrounds, and shared use paths. We are a city that prides itself to be the safest place to live and are prepared, resourced, and able to withstand and quickly recover from any crisis or disaster. We believe to be an intelligent community, we must take care of our people, improve their quality of life, make sure and certain that they feel connected and included. And if we can do that, then we have ultimately achieved great success. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mayor of Dublin, Chris Zamorose-Grooms, for the wonderful sharing. Thank you so much. 那接下来呢，要为各位介绍的是我们澳洲的阳光海岸。阳光海岸市议会跟一些领先的商业、工业跟昆士兰州政府呢合作制定了2013到2033年区域经济发展的策略。所以这项策略呢，就为可持续经济增长提供了一个20年的愿景跟蓝图。所以接下来就马上邀请到澳洲阳光海岸的前市长 Mark Jamieson 来为各位做分享。Now, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the former mayor of the Sunshine Coast, Australia, Mark Jamieson, to give us the keynote speech. Welcome.
Well, thank you very much, and good morning, everybody. It's really great to be here, and I appreciate the invitation and the introduction. As indicated, I'm the former mayor of the Sunshine Coast in beautiful Queensland, Australia, and I'm honoured to be here today to talk about AI in local government, particularly in Queensland. In my previous role as mayor, which I served for 12 years, and my former role as the Local Government Association of Queensland president, I've seen firsthand some of the wonderful uses of AI throughout councils in Queensland, and today I'd like to share some of those projects and very tangible benefits that can be brought to through local government to local communities. It's just a couple of scene-setting points, if I can, and you might like to write these down. Taiwan is a country of about 36,000 square kilometres and a population approaching 24 million people. As a comparison, Australia has 26 million people, but has an area of 7.7 million square kilometres. You'll appreciate in our major cities there are significant populations, but in many of our council areas in far-flung places, there's massive areas with very small populations. And I'll touch on some of those as we go through. There are 77 councils across Queensland. All local governments in our state, in the state, offers a diverse array of services, opportunities, people and communities. However, like many local government agencies, this brings its own unique set of challenges, including access to resources, to funding, to revenue and indeed to skills. Every Queensland community deserves to be a livable one, and seeking out new opportunities to improve the sector is critical in creating a strong local government, a strong future for local government in our state. Throughout Queensland, local government AI is being implemented in various ways to create productivity efficiencies, to minimise manual tasks, to improve reliability of services and to reduce costs. Accordingly to the Queensland Government Audit Office, around about 48 of those 77 councils are considered as a moderate to high risk of being financially unstable. So seeking new ways of working and integrating new technology can provide these councils with a stronger future and the ability to strengthen their financial position. Embracing new technologies such as AI, machine learning, automation, connectivity and other emerging solutions can deliver strong outcomes for local government. Use of new technologies in government such as AI often come with a great deal of concern and apprehension around public scrutiny. And as we've heard a moment ago from the Mayor of Dublin, local government does need to embrace some of those challenges that the community see. AI presents, it is at risk of failing to keep pace with the communities who are increasingly using AI in their own life on a day-to-day basis. Queensland has long been a state which proudly embraces technology to effect change, positive change. To implement AI successfully, the right infrastructure, governance and education are important at every step of the way. As we further move into the realm of AI, big data, large language models and automation, the right support at all levels of government remains crucial. During my time as Mayor of the Sunshine Coast, I was proud to secure for Queensland the first direct international data and telecommunications cable, submarine cable, which connects between Sydney and Guam with a branch from the Sunshine Coast, and from Guam it links into Hong Kong, Tokyo and LA. And that cable is located in Maroochydore in the centre of the Sunshine Coast. This ensures fast connectivity for business and new opportunities for companies like Meta, Amazon, Google and Microsoft to consider where they base their investments in Australia in the future. Sunshine Coast Council itself is also well along its AI journey and has already implemented several AI projects to benefit the community and indeed our council staff. Across the state there are several AI ventures which are state and federally supported, such as the Queensland AI Hub, a dedicated space located in Brisbane, which encourages local startups, scale-ups and universities and existing businesses to come together to innovate and push the boundaries with AI, with virtual reality, with extended reality. The Queensland Government has recently developed AI guidelines which clearly outline the acceptable use of AI at all levels of government and provide support for practitioners who are starting on their AI journey. Having the right governance in place can alleviate community concern and can provide a level of comfort and confidence for users, particularly those in local government who are often at the coalface dealing with community interaction. The AI is already transforming a wide range of work. key areas that are facing disruption or are evolving with AI use in areas such as customer service, service delivery, communications, IT, and creating efficiencies and reducing costs for those governments to continue to serve their communities. Local government is already utilising AI in several of these areas, as you can see from this slide. However, there is no doubt that AI brings its own concerns to local government, primarily in areas, primarily this appears to be around when and where it is acceptable to use AI, and whether any IP created belongs to the council or is free for use elsewhere in the community. As with any emerging technology, the rules of engagement are still being worked out. Another concern often raised is the accuracy of AI and whether it could provide incorrect information, placing councils at risk of liability. Again, the governance and legalities of this are still growing and are constantly changing. So for local government, there is an element of risk there which must be addressed before implementing AI more widely. However, despite the concerns and the potential risks, AI is already making a significant difference to Queensland local government. The most common uses tend to be for customer service, processing of otherwise manual tasks, assessing eligibility for specific council services, and more efficiently processing council information. Some of the most successful implementation of AI across local government in Queensland are those which consider how AI can supplement, not replace, current workforces or current work tasks. The concern that AI will replace workers is not something that is being seen in local government at this stage. In fact, the opportunities for those skilled in AI to assist in building AI into regular business processes is more significant. Other areas of council use AI for is a part of the Park Smart Vehicle project, which detects and reads licence plates. This creates efficiencies that lead to cost reductions by minimising the need for manual detection and reads by council officers. Similarly, the council is utilising cameras with AI object detection to anonymously count pedestrians, dogs, and bicycles for civil asset management. The data captured through the process enables councils' ability to better plan for the movement management across the region and can accurately assist in identifying high traffic areas in an automated way. One of the exciting new projects the council is working on in collaboration with the Queensland University of Technology is in environmental operations. The Sunshine Coast is recognised by UNESCO as a biosphere reserve, so it is critically important to preserve the environment of our region. The QUT project uses AI to analyse drone imagery to locate weed infestations, as an example, allowing council to quickly act to remove any potential environmental threats. On the Sunshine Coast, as I said, where I was mayor, we have a population of about 350,000 people, but that can swell to 1 million people in holiday times. And we cover an area of about 1,633 square kilometres. As part of the Sunshine Coast's resource recovery strategy, which is working towards zero net emissions by 2041, AI is being used to assist with sustainability goals. As part of this goal, a $42 million investment was made to create a new state-of-the-art material recovery facility known as a MRF. The MRF was funded across 3 levels of government and is another step towards becoming a zero net emissions council. At this facility, AI is used to more efficiently separate mixed recycling from bins so the materials can then be ready for manufacturers to make new products. It also deploys optical sorting to recover 5 grades of single-stream plastic polymers with robotic quality controls to help the plastic and fibre products achieve market-leading 98% purity levels. Elsewhere in Queensland, I've been lucky enough to see firsthand the way AI is helping other councils. One such project was the AI Flooded Road Campaign camera project, which originated from the need of the Carpentaria Shire Council, which is located in the north, far north of Queensland. Area covered 65,000 square kilometres, population 2,159. And certainly one of our more remote councils. And the Carpentaria Council reached out to our LGAQ lab, an innovation space, and that exists to help create digital solutions for councils at low or no cost. The Carpentaria region is prone to significant flooding, and their flood cameras were no longer functioning as expected. Not only were the images poor, but they were sent in batches to a file server which required significant manual monitoring and searching to find information. For council, this meant that they were not confident in maintaining public safety. They also required 2 council officers to travel 10 hours a day, 5 hours out and 5 hours back, to manually monitor and confirm flooding over the main road to the region. The LGAQ team developed AI software that can detect flooding on roads with a 98.6% accuracy level. The model was trained over time and can be implemented on existing cameras or newer models, which are at a significantly reduced cost and much better functionality. Through this project, Carpentaria now receives accurate emails with images and locations sent from an AI model every 15 minutes. This information is also automated to the council website so the community can easily access the information. The solution costs less than $10 a week to run and is a great example of the power of AI enhancing important services for councils, including disaster management. Ultimately, Carpentaria Shire Council were not only receiving the service they wanted, but they were able to employ their resources into higher value projects and keep their costs low. One of the key ways AI is being used throughout Queensland councils is to create efficiencies across low-value manual operation tasks. Toowoomba Regional Council recently trialled ChatGPT in its operations, being utilised for marketing within their environment and communities team. This created space for their skilled staff to focus on high-value work and created an automated way to handle general marketing, communications, and customer service tasks. Customer service tasks are a fantastic way to implement AI in local government. By moving to self-service and automated customer service, councils can reduce their costs significantly, which is particularly important as they go through improving their financial sustainability measures. It's clear to see the benefits of AI are considerable. Local government in Queensland can be at the forefront of implementing AI to make genuine differences to their communities and the council. Implemented correctly and with the due consideration, AI efficiencies that lead to reduced costs can minimise lost productivity and automate manual processes, improving accuracy and outcomes. The longer-term economic, environmental and social impacts such as AI are yet unknown, but if risks are mitigated and strong governance is in place, there is no doubt that AI can positively impact local government, not only in Queensland, but globally. Councils can be and should be proactively involved in the roadmap for AI and the impact on its citizens. Areas for potential expansion and further research include how local government can utilise AI to improve environmental monitoring, public health, community issues, development applications, and manual workforce tasks which have a positive impact on communities. There is no doubt AI is here to stay, and with the correct guidance, passion, skills, governance, we can evolve to be a critical tool, or it can evolve to be a critical tool in the local government toolbox. So thank you for the opportunity to speak here today. It's clear to see from the examples shared already that there is some fantastic AI-enabled work already underway in Queensland local government. As a Queenslander, it makes me immensely proud to see the way local government continues to forge a path in embracing new technologies to better improve the lives of our community. I want to just finish up with a quick test. I noticed that in 2025, New Taipei City will be hosting the World Masters Games. Correct?
Yes.
Thank you. There's a very important sporting and cultural event about to get underway in Europe next month. Any ideas? Olympics, very good. And the Olympics are in LA in 2028. Does anyone know where they are in 2032? Brisbane, Australia. Well done. Thank you very much. It's great to be here. I appreciate the opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Mayor Mark Jamieson, for the informative sharing. All right, so 我们今天的上午场的论坛呢，到这边先暂时告一段落。我们刚刚上午呢，经过了美澳智慧城市的代表的分享呢，应该更了解我们一些 AI 在城市当中的应用，也期待将国际的经验可以带回国内。那所以呢，我们今天在场外，新北市政府呢也特别邀请了我们台湾10家 AI 智慧城市相关的企业，大家有看到呢，就是我们这个现在荧幕上秀出来的这些 logo， 这些企业呢，进行我们一个实体的导览，所以欢迎大家可以利用中午休息的时间，可以到场外来参观。So the new Taipei City government has arranged the AI Smart City related booth from 10 Taiwanese company outside of this venue. So we welcome everyone to take a look at their booth during lunch break. And also in the afternoon session, representatives from smart cities in Canada, Brazil, and Europe would also share their insights for promoting AI in cities. 所以我们今天的下午的场次呢，也会安排来自加拿大、巴西还有欧洲的这个智慧城市代表来分享关于城市推动 AI 的策略。那我们下午场次开始的时间会是1点半，所以也请大家在1点25分的时候回到现场。那另外呢，稍后用餐的时间，我们的餐盒会在场外，待会麻烦各位呢可以跟我们场外的工作人员来领取。那可以回到我们场内原座位来用餐。那今天呢，我们的餐盒有为各位精心准备了2种，就是素食跟荤食的部分。那荤食呢，为了这个如果有我们的贵宾不吃牛或猪，所以我们今天的主食是用鸡肉。那欢迎大家呢，待会可以来自己选择素食或者是荤食的部分。So for our lunchbox today, we have a vegetarian and non-vegetarian lunchbox for you to choose from. And also for the non-vegetarian lunchbox, the main course will be chicken in case some of our guest of honors doesn't eat pork and beef. So right now it's lunchtime. Our lunchbox will be outside of the venue. Please enjoy your lunch inside and come back here at 1:30 for the afternoon session. So right now, please enjoy your lunch. 让我们一起尽情的享用午餐，也欢迎大家可以参观一下我们场外的摊位。谢谢，请各位在1点半再回到现场。谢谢。 各位贵宾，大家好！2024新北市智慧城市国际论坛即将在1分钟之后开始，我们下午的场次，请各位贵宾尽速就座，谢谢。Ladies and gentlemen, the 2024 NTPC Smart City Forum will commence in 1 minute. Please kindly take your seats. Thank you.各位贵宾，大家好，欢迎回到2024新北市智慧城市国际论坛。我们下午的场次，待会即将为各位进行。我们还有3场的专题演讲，以及2场的 panel discussion， 我们的交流座谈。Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the 2024 New Taipei City Smart City International Forum. Our afternoon session will be, there will be 3 keynote speech and also 2 panel discussions waiting for you. So stay tuned. And 接下来呢，我们马上要为各位介绍我们第一位的讲者呢，是加拿大基奇纳市的市长。那他在担任市长的这个职务之前呢，从事的是 IT 的专业。那担任市长的期间呢 ，Kitchener 市呢采纳了 Make It Kitchener 经济发展策略的关键宗旨，就是科技和创新，并且呢和当地首屈一指的这个 Community 科技中心建立了 Civic Innovation Lab。所以现在呢，就让我们一起掌声来欢迎我们加拿大 Kitchener 市的市长 Barry Verbanovic。Please welcome the Mayor of Kitchener, Canada, Barry Verbanovic.
Well, good afternoon, and thank you so much. I hope you all enjoyed your lunch today and are ready for an exciting afternoon of additional learnings from cities around the world and about what they're doing in this critical innovation space. I'd like to begin by saying thank you, or 谢谢, to New Taipei City Local Government and the Intelligent Community Forum as the organizers of NTPC's Smart City Summit for inviting me here today to share about Canada's AI advantage, and in particular, the work that the City of Kitchener, a leading community in the Toronto-Waterloo Region Innovation Corridor, is doing. Kitchener is a city of over 300,000 people, 60 miles or 100 kilometers west of Toronto, Canada's largest city, and is the largest city in Waterloo Region, which is Canada's 10th largest region. I'm honored to be part of this group gathered today, and with this bright, passionate group of people working collaboratively to advance the implications and opportunities for AI for our communities and our planet. I'm especially honored to be here with my Canadian friend and colleague, John Young, who all of you know as the chairman and co-founder of ICF, but who I got to know when he led our Regional Economic Development Agency, CTT, or Canada's Technology Triangle. John, you've dedicated your life to supporting cities achieve their potential, not only in terms of economic development, but especially as leaders in technology and innovation, always pushing us to the next level. Thank you for all you've done for Kitchener and Waterloo Region over several decades, and for your personal encouragement of leaders from Canada and around the world to think ambitious for our cities. Ladies and gentlemen, I've been honored to serve as mayor of the city of Kitchener since 2014, following 20 years prior to that as a city councillor, and more than 5 years before that as a municipal IT professional. I've also served in various roles within Canada and globally, including currently serving as the co-president of United Cities and Local Governments since 2022, and previously as the president of the Federation of Canadian Municipalities in 2011-12. And in 2021-22, I was honored to be part of the class of 2022, the 5th graduating class of the Bloomberg-Harvard City Leadership Initiative, a year-long program for 40 mayors selected worldwide each year to further develop and support them and their teams as city leaders. In both of these roles, I witnessed the power of bringing community leaders together to tackle our greatest challenges together. I'm excited to be with you these days to discuss collective opportunities for advancing AI that serves and improves the lives of people across the world. And in my talk today, I look forward to sharing some reflections both from a Canadian perspective and from a City of Kitchener and region of Waterloo perspective. So let's begin with the broader Canadian perspective, where Canada has been an early research and talent leader in the AI space, thanks to the leadership of researchers and institutions within Canada. Alliances between academic organizations, not-for-profit AI superclusters, tech startups, and industry vendors helps us collectively work towards igniting AI curiosity and knowledge across the country and around the world. This ecosystem allows us to advance knowledge of topical AI issues through collaboration on research projects, joint initiatives, and thought leadership on AI. Canada is also a founding member of the Global Partnership on Artificial Intelligence, a multi-stakeholder initiative that seeks to ensure the responsible development and use of AI grounded in human rights, inclusion, diversity, innovation, and economic growth. Just this past week, our Prime Minister was part of a G7 session led on this very topic by Pope Francis during the G7 summit in Italy. The Global Partnership is supported by 2 centers of excellence, one of which is in Canada, the International Center of Expertise in Montreal for the advancement of artificial intelligence. Through the Pan-Canadian Artificial Intelligence Strategy, the Government of Canada is investing in efforts to drive the adoption of AI across Canada's economy and society. The second phase of the strategy bridges Canada's world-class talent and research capacity with programs to enable commercialization and adoption of AI. This strategy has 3 pillars. First, to support commercialization, there are 3 national artificial institutes, including the Vector Institute in Toronto, which are helping to translate research in artificial intelligence into commercial applications and growing the capacity of businesses to adopt these new technologies. Canada has also created 5 global innovation clusters that promote the adoption of made-in-Canada artificial intelligence technologies by businesses in key industries and by public and not-for-profit entities. Canada is supporting efforts to advance the development and adoption of standards related to AI. And to attract and retain and develop academic talent and research, there are significant investments in research, training, and knowledge mobilization programs. We also have a coordinated Digital Research Alliance of Canada that provides dedicated computing capacity for AI researchers across Canada to support the objectives of the strategy. Recently, Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau announced a $2.4 billion investment aimed at strengthening Canada's leadership in AI. The investment will accelerate job growth in the AI sector, enhance productivity for researchers and businesses, and promote the responsible use of AI. The funding will support several key initiatives, including supporting AI startups and SMEs, scale and improve productivity with AI. Through our research councils, we have also seen more than $1 billion in support of AI and big data researchers and collaborations within industries. Our AI institutes and world-class universities also offer many scholarships for graduate students and researchers in this space. And through the Vector Institute alone, there are more than $2 million in annual scholarships available. Now let's talk a little bit about Kitchener. Kitchener is part of Canada's Innovation Corridor, which has a population of 5 million people, over 5,000 startups, and 200,000 plus tech workers. Waterloo region, of which Kitchener is the largest city with a population over 300,000 people, is Canada's leading tech hub and 17th in the world, recently surpassing Silicon Valley in terms of total number of employees in the technology field. We are comparable to Silicon Valley in size, geography, and capacity to invent. Our talent is developed through world-class universities and colleges and through our dynamic tech and innovation ecosystem. We lead in artificial intelligence with the most AI PhDs in Canada. And we're also home to Canada's largest concentration of hospitals and research institutes in the life sciences sector. There's a reason why the Kitchener and Waterloo region brand is synonymous with tech. This is a true tech and innovation hub. Our region is the #1 for tech talent quality in Canada. We are #1 for research output per capita in North America. And globally, we have the highest concentration of computer science talent in the world. Now let me share a little about the role that AI plays in Kitchener and throughout the broader Waterloo region. Our region is in fact home to 130 plus companies working in applied AI, including machine learning, data science and analytics, human-machine interactions, smart robotics, and more. We have 8 research centers and 9 research labs specializing in AI. The University of Waterloo is #1 for research output per capita in AI, computer science and engineering in North America. And the University of Waterloo is a key partner in the $290 million Scale AI Supercluster, an industry-led consortium dedicated to boosting Canada's leadership in applied AI. Kitchener has also had a reputation for being a community of foresight and technological change. Innovation is not what we do, it's who we are. From the earliest signs of industrialization to the current digital age, Kitchener has continually reinvented itself as technological revolutions swept across our globe. Through our more than 150-year history, our business leaders have been builders of industry, creatively shaping their firms to respond to new opportunities. These leaders include people like John Young, who I spoke of in my opening remarks, people like Mike Lazaridis and Jim Balsillie, who had started the company BlackBerry, which those of you who are a little older are no doubt heard of, and of course, former University of Waterloo President, His Excellency the Right Honorable David Johnston, who went on to serve as Canada's 28th Governor General. Reinventing ourselves is something we've been doing for many decades. In fact, in the late 1990s to early 2000s, we were experiencing a significant decline in our manufacturing base and impacts to our downtown core. To help overcome that, in 2004, the city developed a $110 million Economic Development Investment Fund, which enabled the transformation of our city into a technology hub and the transformation of downtown Kitchener. In the years that followed, that investment, regional investments in public transit, and investments by other orders of government leveraged private sector funding, which ultimately saw over $2 billion in downtown construction in the years that followed. One of our key investments was a partnership with 2 organizations, Communitech, Canada's leading tech incubator, and Velocity, the startup incubator of the University of Waterloo. These 2 joined forces to create the world's largest free startup incubator in the heart of downtown Kitchener. And over the past 15 years, these organizations have helped kickstart countless startups working in the software, hardware, mechatronics, and life sciences spaces. At the same time, we were investing in global leading post-secondary institutions such as the University of Waterloo. These colleges and universities are educating the best and brightest talent who in turn are reshaping our economy. One of Kitchener's key investments and partnerships was with the University of Waterloo to build a new health sciences campus, starting out with a new School of Pharmacy in downtown Kitchener. As the innovation district in downtown Kitchener took off, we attracted major anchor technology companies to invest in our ecosystem, such as Google, Square, and EPAM. We have proven to ourselves that we can do anything we set our mind to. So what does that mean for our community? And for myself as mayor, what does the future of AI mean for me? I see 2 critical pathways. First, we need to ensure our city and government is embracing ethical AI as a future of doing business. Not technology for technology's sake, but rather to deliver the most efficient services possible for our residents. For example, if AI can help us reduce the number of staff we need for mundane or back of house functions, those resources could be put to front-facing services. This is why we developed what's known as the Digital Kitchener Innovation Lab at Communitech, where a team of city staff explored new tech-based solutions alongside our community's emerging startups. We knew that we didn't have the answers, but needed to create the conditions for innovation and explore the possibilities. The team at the Digital Kitchener Innovation Lab explores how emerging technologies can improve city services, including climate and air quality monitoring, multimodal traffic counting, asset tracking, and so much more. Secondly, we needed to ensure our local economy continues to evolve as the world around us evolves. That is why, at the height of the pandemic, we launched Make It Kitchener 2.0, an ambitious economic development strategy to propel our economy forward. As part of this strategy, we once again invested $110 million in key partners who will lead transformative change. This funding will support long-term investments in health innovation, creative industries, a startup network on the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals for community vibrancy, and provide for affordable housing. Our first major investment from the fund was focused on the future of health. The health industry is poised for significant growth throughout North America, driven by three key factors: response to the current pandemic, an aging population, and a societal focus on health and well-being. We believe our community is ideally positioned to establish a unique foothold in the health industry by leveraging our strengths in technology, data, communications, manufacturing, and medical devices to emerge as a center for health innovation and medical technology. This fall, the University of Waterloo will open a 9,000 square meter state-of-the-art health innovation incubator capable of housing up to 200 startups at any one time. In 2023, the City of Kitchener also opened the SDG Idea Factory, a first-of-its-kind social entrepreneurship hub supporting businesses to achieve Agenda 2030 and the UN Sustainable Development Goals, or SDGs. This has been transformed into an incubation space for entrepreneurs and startups focused on social and environmental innovation and solving local and global issues, including underrepresented groups and equity-deserving entrepreneurs localizing the SDGs in innovative ways. The SDG Idea Factory is also part of UCLG's Local for Action Hub network and is the first such partner for North America committed to localizing them. Kitchener is committed to building a citywide startup network to continue to grow and diversify our regional economy while advancing the SDGs. As you can see from this slide, earlier this year, we were honored to welcome the Right Honorable Justin Trudeau, Prime Minister of Canada, to the SDG Idea Factory, where he met some of the company and organization leaders operating from there. And our Prime Minister is co-chair of the UN SDG Advocates Group, a group he co-chairs with Barbados Prime Minister Mia Motley, and which includes 17 influential leaders raising global awareness of the SDGs. As I share some of our story with you today, I hope it's become apparent that our community's success is certainly not because of our investments alone, but rather a community of entrepreneurs and innovators who continually ask, why not? One of those groups asking why not in the University of Waterloo, which is home to the Waterloo Artificial Intelligence Institute. Founded in 2018, Waterloo AI has 230 plus professors and research associates spanning 6 faculties and more than 35 departments and schools. The Institute's research focuses on both foundational and operational applications for artificial intelligence, and researchers work closely with industry partners. The University of Waterloo is also a key partner in the $290 million Scale AI Supercluster, an industry-led consortium dedicated to boosting Canada's leadership in applied AI. The University of Waterloo is responsible for one of the world's top tech talent pipelines. Home to Canada's largest engineering school, the New York Times has called it one of the world's top technology schools, and the Wall Street Journal has noted that the school's graduates are the second most frequently hired in Silicon Valley, second only to the University of California at Berkeley. The top 10 categories of machine learning and artificial intelligence, where Waterloo is pushing the pace of innovation, include image recognition and human-machine interaction. But if there's one characteristic about our community that makes me the most proud, it's that even with all of the growth, success, and wealth generation, we stay rooted in a commitment to make the world better. Communitech was founded in 1997 by entrepreneurs committed to making Kitchener and the communities within region of Waterloo a global innovation leader and helping tech companies start, grow, and succeed. It has grown into a public-private innovation hub supporting over 1,600 companies from startups to scale-ups to large global players. One of the many services they offer companies in their ecosystem is known as Good AI, which helps founders understand, develop, and implement strategies for ethical AI and build reliable AI products that customers will love. This includes free services to companies such as AI education, strategy development, and implementation and expert advisory strategies. We like to say that Kitchener is a city where possibility begins, innovation is sparked, and community connects. Kitchener, Waterloo Region, and Canada are your trusted partners in delivering AI, technology, and innovation results that matter. As the proud mayor of Kitchener, I welcome you to visit our community and explore the opportunities to partner with Canada's leading tech ecosystem. Please be in touch. Thank you very much. 谢谢.
谢谢 Thank you so much, Mayor of Kitchener, Canada, Barry Verbanovic, for your informative sharing. Thank you so much. Please kindly take your seats. 好，那接下来为各位邀请到的呢是巴西马瑟欧城市规划研究所的主席，他要为我们分享就是马瑟欧城市规划的策略。曾经呢，他有协调了巴西第4个开放政府行动计划承诺的其中之一，并且呢也在联合国人均计划开展的这个数位时代的人权 （Human Rights and the Digital Era） 报告当中也担任专家顾问。所以现在就让我们一起掌声欢迎。Now please welcome the President of the Institute of Research and Urban Planning of Brazil, Marcel, Mr. Antonio Carvalho, to share with us. Please welcome.
Nice Portuguese. Nice pronunciation, Robert.
Thank you,
Rebecca.
finally. Yeah.
你好.
你好.
First of all, I would like to thank John and Robert for inviting me to be here to bring the Brazilian perspective. Also, I think you were you bet a lot on me on bringing me to speak after lunch. I was making that joke with Robert earlier. And I would like to thank New Taipei City government for all the reception we had here, all the warm welcoming we are having in the city, which is amazing. I am passionate by it, so thank you. Well, I'm the president of the Institute of Research and Urban Planning of Maceió, but I'm also president of the National Association of Secretaries of Innovation in Brazil, of local governments. So this association is linked to the National Front of Mayor, which represents over 60% of Brazilian population. So cities that represent 60%, altogether represent 60% of the Brazilian population. And we have different members that are intelligent communities certified or attested by ICF, which has been doing a great work when it comes in stimulating cities to become more smart, to become actually more intelligent, because that's the point. And I liked a lot your speech, Robert, when you bring those kids to the center of the discussion. And it is important to take that into consideration. When using AI, when using technology, we have to have this social perspective. And during my presentation, during the examples I will bring to you, we will see how we can apply and we can use AI in this social perspective, this social application. I come from a city in the northeast of Brazil, Maceió, and it is the capital of the state of Alagoas, which has something in common with Australia. We have the second biggest coral reef barrier in the world. You have the first one, we have the second. It's over 130 kilometers of coral reef barriers over there. And it is a city that has a lot of different perspectives when it comes to social reality. We have problems regarding human development. We have problems regarding women violence. And technology and AI can help solving that problem. Well, when it comes to the Brazilian perspective, and before getting to the whole presentation, we have to take into consideration that Brazil has been now discussing its regulation of AI. It has gone through the House of Representatives, and it is in the Senate now, and it's being discussed. Our association, we delivered a charter expressing our fear and our worries about approving a regulation now. Why? Because AI, even though it's been discussed a lot in the latest years, it is something new for most of the cities in Brazil. And also the use of AI in the public sphere is yet a journey to be discovered, a journey to be explored. More than that, we believe that generative AI can be something very useful for those cities that doesn't have resources, human resources, to deal with it. And when using AI, I would like to raise a reflection with you guys and to take into consideration something. Our formal training, when it comes to schools and to university, we are trained to give answers. But the thing about AI is that it is also built to give us answers, to questions posed, to the prompts. So the thing and I agree when Chris said that she doesn't believe that it will surpasses or overcome the human side of things. I do believe that as well, but we have to shift to another perspective when it comes to the formal training or to the way we deal with things. We have to go back to the whole human essence, which is posing questions. We developed a lot throughout humanity posing questions, but as far as we keep evolving, we were being trained to give answers. So let's use AI in a smart way, making and posing the right questions. That's the thing. When discussing AI, is how can it give us the best answer, and that is through the best question. So this is the reflection I would like to bring to us and to think about it. So, as I said, and I'm going to step back here, not to be stopped in the same place. How can we bring AI to a cooperative and social perspective of smart cities? Well, first of all, we have to think about the concept of people-centered smart cities. The UN has been discussing it, and I have the honor to be part of the group of specialists that are designing the international guidelines for people-centered smart cities. And we've been discussing a lot what is meant to be a people-centered smart city. And first of all, we have to think that using technology, using AI, using innovation might be the means to increasing quality of life. We have to prioritize human needs. And that's why I said Maceió has a lot of challenges when it comes to human development. And also a lot of cities in Brazil, when we think about it. Technology might be something expensive, but at the same time, it might be something that helps us saving money. And AI is about that. Well, I decided also to bring to you the thing about green cities and sustainability, and I was also surprised by the information that we got here, that let's say the main sphere that AI is being used is sustainability. And we have a great example in Brazil, which is Curitiba, also a city that was in the top 21, that was in top 7 for several times, is, I like to say that, is one of the great inspirations when it comes to mobility. The bus rapid transit was a system that was developed over there, and that serves as a great example for all of us. And Curitiba has also innovated when it comes to AI. It has the first secretariat or the first department to deal with AI inside the City Hall. And the main purpose of it is to coordinate or to integrate the projects of the different secretariats, departments, when it comes to the use of AI. And that's very important when we think about having an AI strategy, having AI solutions to a city. We have to integrate, because the best the answer we'll get is the best we collect and we gather our data. Well, also another thing that is a point that is totally important when we talk about people-centered smart cities is citizen-oriented services. And I would like to bring this Real Resilient Action initiative, which focus on the prevention of disasters. Rio de Janeiro, in Brazil, has one of the most, let's say, the most structured operational monitoring center, and there they are able to prevent and to forecast disasters. They are able also to manage flooding and to understand how that will affect the city through IoT. They use IoT and they use also artificial intelligence to bring this, this operational standardized action in the best way to reduce the damages of the flooding or the natural disaster it comes with. The co-creation of solutions, and these photos of a kid in Maceió, we developed Favela 3D, which is Slums 3D in a literal translation for English. But this 3D is not for the three dimensions we are also used to. It's for digital, dignity, and diverse. So co-creating is something that is very important when we come and think about smart cities, people-centered smart cities. But, as Chris said, we have to take into consideration that approaching the citizen is something very important. And AI can be a good ally in that. And in this case, in Favela 3D, we also use AI to understand the evolving of the program in some sort of way. When a family gets into the program, they go through a long interview and a long screening regarding its human needs point, their human needs situation at the moment. And then throughout months, they kept getting interviewed and they kept getting followed in some sort of way to see how they evolve on the Human Development Index, or as we have a specific index for this case. And the artificial intelligence help us in defining what we should attack. Oh, we should attack employment. We should attack culture and leisure time for this. So what is missing over there for them to get to a dignity point that was standardized and established in some sort of way. Also, orienting the services for citizens. And here I have a great example of Açaí as well that we had in the beginning mentioned. Açaí is a small city, 15,000 inhabitants, and they are using AI to interact with citizens. And more than that, to make their services more efficient. And here, I like to bring also a national level experience of the Brazilian government, which is what we call Netflix of public services. They are developing an algorithm that can read through the needs of each citizen that is registered in the government platform and recommend to them the services that are more linked to their moment in life, to their necessity. And that's interesting because some cities also are using it to, for example, forecast the need for kindergarten spots. So, for example, we have a mother that goes to the national health system. She enrolls for the following during the months of pregnancy, and that hospital warns the Department of Education, and the Department of Education knows that after 9 months, for example, they will need a spot in kindergarten for the kid that is being born. 9 months plus 6 months, let's say, because there is the period that the child develops in early stage. But the thing is, they are using artificial intelligence to know where to apply that kindergarten spot, on how to gather that in proximity, and so on. Another thing, and that was also mentioned here, and is important for us to get into consideration, is the use of digital twins. I was talking early in the morning with John about that. Is the use of digital twins to see how the city will evolve. Through AI, you can predict the impact of your master plan directives on the city, and to see and to check on how that can have a really impact on the sides the city will get in. Well, popular participation, and here's interesting, because sometimes, and I'm originally a permanent officer from the parliament in Brazil. I'm a legislative analyst of the House of Representatives. And we do a lot of popular participation. But something we like to say is popular participation doesn't mean, or is not necessarily popular decision. The thing is, popular participation is a subsidy to enhance, to improve public decision, and to open the information for those. And here also, AI has an important role, how our House of Representatives and the Senate as well, together, they are building some solutions in AI. Some of them for internal use. For example, they are using AI to identify during the sessions the speaker. So, for example, our House of Representatives have 513 congressmen, so it's really hard, for example, for our TV to go keep identifying them. So they're developing a tool to identify that the speaker, and also to gather the parts of each speaker. So for politicians, image today is something that is very important. So instead of needing to look for the part in the session the congressman or congresswoman spoke, they already have that clusterized by artificial intelligence. Well, it's been a year they were ending to develop that. I think they already have a better version now. And another thing is that you can clusterize public opinion through AI, and more than that, you can open different ways of people participating through that. And this is, I like to say, one of the most important pillars when it comes to smart cities or people-centered smart cities. Popular participation and co-creation is something that can be a rebuilder, I don't know if that word exists in English, but a rebuilder of public trust. Because with that, people understand that they are a part of the solution, even though they have not taken the decision. The decision is for those that are in government, for those that are running government, but it's always good to hear everybody. Well, innovation and technology is something that is very on that. We have a lot of spots researching AI, looking for AI solutions, for technologies, for smart cities. And normally don't focus here because I think that for us that deals with smart cities, technology innovation technology and innovation is already in our, let's say, in our common chart. So we already deal a lot with that. And it's just important to remember that this is part of what we are dealing with and bringing on. Brazil also has a lot of rankings, and it's interesting to see how those rankings are bringing up the involvement of smart city over there. But I think that ICF rank or ICF way of evaluating cities has a differential. The differential is this human part, this look for the social part, and also to that thing outside of the city. You see the private in a perspective that is very important, and the impact of that in a smart city. The third sector, the academia. So I think we've been talking to bring that more closely to Brazil, but I think that's the great differential ICF bring to us when it comes to the rankings. Well, Brazil has a lot of initiatives going on. We have some cities in the rank of ICF, especially Açaí, which is an example of a small city that has been doing a lot in the latest 2-3 years. They've developed a lot of different actions regarding smart cities. For example, they were the first city in Brazil that developed the training for drones for agricultural development. They are a very agricultural city. And Curitiba, with this initiative of creating a department focused in AI, Curitiba is always in the front line of innovation in Brazil. It's a city that has been trying to and been leading the discussion on that. Curitiba was the president of the National Association. She runs, it was Cris Alessi, she runs the association for 2 mandates, and now I had the challenge to surrogate her. Well, that's it. I would like to thank you for the opportunity. Emma, I've done the time at precisely what was reserved to me, and I'm totally open to connecting with you guys, and thank you once again for the opportunity to be here with you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Antonio Carvalho. Yeah, I saw the time's up notification right here. Perfect timing, thank you. All right, and next up, I'd like to introduce Babel Smart Cities. 我们欧洲呢，大家知道是非常注重永续发展的地区，智慧科技的应用也非常的广泛。那我们 Babel Smart Cities 的使命呢，就是在加速都市生活的转变，让大家拥有更好的城市生活。所以接下来要邀请到的呢，就是智慧城市的创办人兼执行长，来为我们带来呢欧洲智慧城市推动的经验。So right now, I'd like to welcome the founder and CEO of Babel Smart Cities, Babel, Mr. Alexander Schmidt, to give us the presentation. 我们一起欢迎智慧城市创办人兼执行长 Alexander Schmidt 来为我们带来接下来的分享。
Thank you very much, and thanks again also for having me and allowing me to speak a little bit about what Europe is doing in the area of AI. So I have 3 different things that I want to talk to you about. First one is very close to my heart, is particularly about the speed of innovation that we need. We have heard a lot about applications of AI. I want to talk about the speed that's needed actually to reach our political goals. Then in the second part of my presentation, I want to speak a bit about the case of artificial intelligence in cities. And then I have brought examples from all across Europe on what we are doing. I hope you are still here with me because I'm going to ask you some questions. I want to have some feedback, so I also hope that the live translation is working well. So let's start a little bit with the problem of urban innovation. This is research that we have done while I was still at the Fraunhofer Research Society. And what you see here is innovation cycles. So how long does it take for an innovation to basically be obsolete because the next innovation has already come? Cities and urban governments, they were basically built for innovations in infrastructure, building roads, building buildings that have technology life cycles of 50 years or more. Now, if we talk about sensors and all the cool things that are being shown also outside here, these technologies have life cycles of less than 2 years. Software, less than 6 months. AI, weeks, months, right? So you might know that governments are always said to be slow in adopting different technologies. Actually, there's figures from across Europe that say for a government to buy something innovative, so something new, something not a lot of governments have done so far, takes 22 months from decision to buy until having the contract signed. Not, you know, all the preparation before and actually having it implemented. 22 months, that is almost 2 years. Now, software will have 4 times or so redone itself in that process. Most hardware products will have to. This is why we need new ways to go forward. Now, if we talk about the way how this is happening in Europe, still and also after the election, the most important element is the Green Deal. And that also is not going to change. The Green Deal in Europe says that until 2050, Europe wants to be 100% climate neutral. That is a well-known fact, it's a well-known policy. What many of you might not know is that 100 mission cities, they are called mission cities in Europe, have committed to be climate neutral until 2030. Now, 2030 is only a little over 5 years from now. And these are 100 cities that are trying to do. Remember those 100 cities, I might come back to those at a later time. So 5 years for 100 cities in Europe to become climate neutral, a little over 25 years for the rest of Europe to do so. That's the ambition, that's the law in Europe to achieve that. Now, let me show you something that might question or might talk about the speed, particularly of that transition. Who recognizes this city? I want to have some loud shout-outs. Who thinks, please? Paris, very close. Paris is a very good guess. More guesses, please. Munich? Also no? 2 more guesses, please. We are certainly in the right spot of the world. Stuttgart, thank you, but it is not. Would have been a bit posh to put my own city there. Please, one more. Berlin, and she is correct. This is why I wanted to hear it again. This is Berlin. This is a night picture of Berlin from a couple of years ago. Now, the interesting part about this, the projector is actually really good. You might see that Berlin here on this side has white lighting. So it's the modern LED lighting. That's the west part of Berlin. You might see here on the eastern part of Berlin, the more old school, the orange, the normal lights. Now the border here is basically where the Berlin Wall used to be. Now the Berlin Wall, for those of you that don't know, has been destroyed over 30 years ago. Now again, 30 years ago, still a difference in lighting between East and West Berlin. After 30 years of reunification, we have 25 years to get all of Europe climate neutral. We have 5 years to get 100 cities in Europe climate neutral. This is why I bring this is why we need to find a completely different speed in the way we innovate, in the way we change our urban systems, and AI can be a very good part of this. Now, my previous speakers have done a great job in saying how important the human dimension is in this transition. So I cannot spend too much time on it because I only have 14 minutes and 46 seconds left. But I will talk a lot about technology, about different elements that it contains in the application areas. But we all do this in the end to achieve a better life for our citizens. So that's the core of what we are trying to do. Now, artificial intelligence in its core is a new technology, yes, and it's a hyped one at the moment, a very strongly hyped one. For me, the important element and the way we in our everyday work with municipalities look at this, it's just a next evolution, a next step of technology, and every technology we look at in the urban environment, it has to deliver benefits to us, to the city, to the government, to the citizens, to its companies, and it's always one of those 4 benefits. So we use it to improve our services. right? So if we have real-time control over systems, we can improve our services, we can provide better services to citizens, to businesses, and to stakeholders in general. We can do better planning. If we have data over a long history of time, we can make better decisions in our governments to basically move forward. We can be more efficient. That's maybe the most important one. We can do more with less. That means we need less resources. That can be natural resources, that can be human resources, to achieve the same or maybe even a better outcome. And that is maybe better communication, has all these kind of elements. We can communicate with our citizens, we can communicate with stakeholders, we can include them into our activities and really work together on this. So whenever we look at any technology, and AI is no different, this is what we are looking for, and this is what is it in the end all about. Now, what is actually AI? It's always the first thing I ask myself when there is a new technology coming up. And I like this, and there's many definitions. I like this definition a lot because it's very simple. It says AI is doing something that traditionally, it's a machine that does something that was traditionally done by humans. It's very simple. Now, I'm an internet person. I grew up with the internet, and one of the things that went viral in the internet, so I hope many of you have seen this, there was a comment from an enthusiast about AI and what it does now. So we know what it is, but what does it do at the moment? So what this lady wanted was AI to do my laundry and dishes so that she has more time to do art and writing. But what AI is currently actually doing is to do the art and writing, ChatGPT, right? So she has more time to do the laundry and dishes. So this is actually, the nice things are going away and the annoying things are staying with her. Now, this is one view of all of this, and I am actually convinced that the AI at the future will also be able to do laundry and dishes, but that's not the question I'm thinking. The question for me is, what do we want the AI to do and why? Because it's going to do more things that we as humans traditionally did, but what do we actually want it to do? Now there's lots of scenarios. I'm a big movie enthusiast, yeah? And you see Arnold Schwarzenegger somewhere here, you see, there's a lots of negative scenarios around AI in the future. The AI didn't do what we wanted to do as humans. But there's a few movies, and that's one of my favorite ones. Wall-E, who did exactly what we wanted him to do. He cleaned up after us, he made the world that we destroyed better again. So very much with the presentation earlier here as well. So how is the EU at the moment ensuring that this is actually what's going to happen? That AI is not going to be a foe for us, but it's actually going to be something that supports us in achieving our targets, that we are in the lead, not the AI is. And the EU has been the first international organization, the first government in general to pass something called an AI Act. And there's a lot in this. There's a lots of complexity in this, but the part that's very well done and that I like a lot is that it categorizes the use of AI into different categories. There is this category where if AI is used, it's an unacceptable risk, right? So that has to do with safety, human rights, such as scoring citizens. Then there is an element, or the next level of risk, is the high-risk systems that have to do with healthcare and law enforcement. Then there are the areas with limited risk, such as chatbots, AI-generated content. They can still spread misinformation, but it's in more open terms, more open areas. And then there are areas where there's no risks associated with this. There are lots of technical applications, traffic flow management. Spam filters are an easy example in there. So in the EU, we say if we follow this kind of understanding of AI, where it is critical to handle it more in depth and where is it we can have it more freely flowing, then it helps us analyze. Now I can spend a little more time in actually showing you what parameters are there to evaluate AI solutions, right? So there is elements, and I'm not going to go through all of them in detail, but if an AI has access to a very complex system, it makes it more complicated to handle. You have to be able to explain what an AI does. If you cannot simply explain what it does, you don't understand it, the citizens, the stakeholders will not understand it. What type is it? What functionality will it have? Which infrastructure? does it require? What operating conditions are there? What kind of ethical considerations? What kind of impact does it have on employment? Now, a lot of the naysayers will say, oh, it's going to destroy a lot of jobs. The initial data actually shows it's going to create more jobs than it's going to destroy. And we have to make sure, I like that from the presentation earlier as well, that it grows up in the right environment, right? So that it learns ethics from the right people, with the right laws, and not actually just from an internet. AI is going to be relevant in all sectors. It's actually going to help sectors grow together even more. And if we use it well, in the time that we have, if we use it, if we train it to actually follow the targets that we have, it's going to be a game changer for the time to come. Now, I have 8 minutes to basically show you a few examples, but before I do that, I want to ask you one question, which is something that I learned very recently. This is research from the Rotterdam Erasmus University, great researcher there, and she has asked the European population, who do you trust more with data and AI, particularly with AI? Do you trust the private sector more, or do you trust the government more? Now I want to hear from you who thinks that people in Europe trust the government more with AI and their data. Who thinks people in Europe trust the government more? Okay, that's a few hands. The live translation is working, just checking. Yeah, okay. Who thinks private sector is who people trust more? Okay, is this just because I pushed the button already? Or because I was very surprised about that. Actually, people in Europe trust private sector with AI more than they trust the government. The explanation is even more interesting. Because if I use a private sector service, I can choose if I use it or not. If I don't like that company, I go to another one. If my government is using it, most often I cannot choose it. And it has topics around taxes. I'm not always wanting to explain everything in detail to my government, and I certainly don't want it to be predictive on my actions and abilities. So it is actually the private sector which at the moment people trust more with AI than the government. And that's an important thing for all of us to understand. There's not a lot of trust in AI companies out there, but there is more in the private sector than there is in government. That's important for us to understand if we implement solutions and there are lots of them. There are lots of solutions out there, lots of implementations that already use artificial intelligence in many different forms. You have seen many different examples today. If you're interested in more, we have about 800 examples online in a free-to-use database. I'm just going to share a few of them now with some highlights. But again, there is a lot of them out there. The first one, I think, was a good choice coming to Asia. And you're very used to wearing masks. You do this. It's culturally in Europe. That hasn't happened, right? So when the government at the beginning of the pandemic told us, wear masks, this was a huge discussion, right? So in Switzerland, this is a solution that was brought into place, particularly around train station, to understand, do people wear masks or do they not? It wasn't actually to pursue them in that sense or to have them followed by the police, but more to understand, are people following the public direction and how effective are our public measures at this moment? So this solution basically checked via cameras, do people wear masks? And these pictures don't actually have to be forwarded to the police. It's just in the camera or on the edge, this picture is going to be analyzed and said, this person wore a mask or did not wear a mask, and just this information is being forwarded. That's called privacy by design. You don't actually have to send the picture to know what percentage of people wear masks or not. So that's one example of that has been implemented in Switzerland. A similar example to what has been shown before is a virtual assistant. I'm a big fan of virtual assistants. This one has been implemented in a municipality in Norway, a little over 40,000 inhabitants, into the website, into the municipal website. I'm not sure how many of you use the municipal website on a daily basis, but it's very awful to just find information that you're looking for. And you have to click through 10 different pages most often. Now this changes the way we interact with information. We just ask. And the difference to the earlier chatbots that we have for a decade now is that this actually understands what I actually mean, because it's built on an AI, on a large language model, and the hit rate, so how often it actually tells me what I need, is much higher than the chatbots earlier that didn't use artificial intelligence. Now, this is a small example of how this kind of AI can support making information more accessible. But now imagine you use the same thing at counters. You know, you have people coming in that ask questions, and 90% of the people will ask questions that are somewhere on the website. Now, if you can make it available, these kinds of services also to the citizens, instead of using staff, you can do lots of other things with the staff, with the very little staff that cities have. So this is something I like personally a lot, because it makes information a lot more accessible and more humanly accessible. Now you can use these type of data or kind of assistance also for larger projects. So this is a project in the city of Eindhoven. Eindhoven was the smartest community in 2012, if I'm not completely wrong. In 2012, great city in the Netherlands. What they did is they completely redesigned their inner city, right? So, and they changed a lot of traffic flows. A lot of roads were closed down. So they put in a few sensors and made sure that the city managers and also the citizens, they had access to information to actually change their routes and actually understand what was all happening there. So an assistant for traveling, especially during the time of change where a whole inner city was being redeveloped. Now one that is also, again, super simple, one that you will have seen in many cities, maybe the most adopted smart city solution in the world, is a smart waste management system. So the truck doesn't go to every waste bin, but only to those that are full. And then artificial intelligence makes sure you take the right routes. Super simple system, very cost efficient, and it just, with basically no drawbacks. So this implementation is from Cardiff in the United Kingdom. Now we have heard earlier, and that's also my background, environmental engineer, that it can also be used to make sure emissions are better monitored. And this is a very particular example. It's the port of Hamburg, used to be one of the biggest ports in the world up until a couple of years ago. When vehicles come in, vessels come in, big boats come in, they are different, right? So some of them are very dirty, some of them are already better. With this tool and with this project, they analyzed, together with the port and knowing which vessels came in, which vessels did have what impact on the local environment, so that they could actually tackle those owners to actually that have the worst environmental impact and talk to them. There were very interesting outcomes of this area, and a very complex thing, analyzing the congestion in a port and the use in a port with air quality. Now, I've also seen that outside here, use of artificial intelligence in power plants or in virtual power plants, in microgrids. We have more complex systems now. We have volatile production, more renewable energies, and we have more volatile usage of electricity, so it's important to basically manage that better. That's a project within the city of Leipzig. And the last one I have for you is where the city of Dublin tried to understand by analyzing, this is Dublin, Ireland, sorry, not Dublin, Ohio, Dublin, Ireland, tried to understand how the citizens feel about the city and the city services. Now this is interesting because without artificial intelligence, we couldn't really understand things such as, do people really say what they mean? It didn't understand sarcasm. Now the new AI systems, they do understand sarcasm, and that makes the system much stronger and much better in predicting. Again, these are things that are everywhere in government. And my last question towards you, and I'm going to be done in 30 seconds, is how much do you think this transition between not being carbon neutral and being carbon neutral for those 100 cities will cost? So they have 5 years. How much do you think one city has to spend in a year to achieve carbon neutrality? I need US dollars or euro or something because the rest I cannot think. Spending per year for a city that's trying to become carbon neutral. How much? 1 billion? 10 billion, million, M or 10 billion? Well, 1 billion is actually correct, right? It's 1 billion euro per year to become climate neutral, which is ridiculous. I think 10 billion is of course an even bigger, but 1 billion euro per year out of the city budget would be impossible. So we would need lots of different ways to finance this, and this is going to be basically the end of my presentation. There's lots of things AI can improve in what a city has already. So if you analyze the assets that a city have, you will be able to find lots of cost efficiency measures to actually be able to find this 1 billion maybe in the asset sheet. This is us. We learn what we do from offices all across Europe, but we're also very, very happy to work in an international environment, particularly also with the Intelligent Community Forum, to bring learnings to you. And if you have any questions in helping, in needing support in economic development, or your companies wanting to export to Europe, I'm always happy to comply. And I'm sorry for the 60 seconds extra.
No problem. Thank you so much, Mr. Alexander Schmidt, for the wonderful presentation. Thank you. And it's now time for a short break. So please come back here at 3 o'clock for our next session. And right now, please enjoy the refreshment. After lunch, we have refreshments and coffee and tea for you. So please enjoy. And also, please do take some time to interact with our booths outside there. And of course, all of our distinguished speakers who are here with us. So please enjoy your break time and please come back here at 3 o'clock for our next session. Thank you. 我们现在进入休息的时间，也请各位在3点钟再回到现场。我们一样会有茶点跟饮品，欢迎各位尽情享用，也请大家可以参观我们场外的摊位。那在3点之后呢，我们会有接下来的 panel discussion。谢谢。 各位贵宾，大家好。我们接下来的议程即将在5分钟之后开始，所以请各位贵宾帮我们尽速就座，谢谢。Ladies and gentlemen, our next session will commence in 5 minutes. Please kindly take your seats for our panel discussion. Thank you.各位贵宾，大家好，我们接下来的议程即将在1分钟之后开始，所以请各位贵宾尽速就座，谢谢。Ladies and gentlemen, our next session will commence in 1 minute. Please kindly take your seats. Thank you. 好，各位贵宾，大家好，欢迎各位回到我们2024新北市智慧城市国际论坛。那接下来呢，我们要为各位同讨论的是关于智慧城市迈向永续减碳的环节。那待会呢，会透过美洲、欧洲跟台湾的观点，拟定城市发展的策略方针。So welcome back to the forum. Next, we will engage in a discussion on the topic of smart cities moving towards sustainable carbon reduction, formulating urban development strategies through perspectives from America, Europe, and also Taiwan. So right now, we'd like to welcome our moderator and panelists to the stage. 那我们接下来马上欢迎今天的与谈贵宾。首先要欢迎我们的主持人。First of all, we'd like to welcome our moderator, ICF co-founder Robert Bell. 我们欢迎 ICF 联合创办人 Robert. Please join us on stage. And next, I would like to welcome our 4 panelists. First of all, the Director of Counselor for Economy, Innovation, and Employment, Las Rosas de Madrid, Spain, Alba Montero. Welcome. 我们欢迎西班牙拉斯罗萨斯市经济创新及就业处处长。接下来呢，我们也要欢迎云林县副县长谢淑雅。Please welcome Deputy Magistrate of Yunlin County, 谢淑雅。接着欢迎我们美国都柏林经发局局长 Director of Economic Development from Dublin. Welcome, Jeremiah Garcia. 接下来要欢迎的是我们叶明朗执行长 CEO of ICF Institute in Taiwan, James Ye. Welcome. Okay, I would like to welcome our moderator and of course our panelists. And right now I'd like to hand over to Robert.
Thank you very much, and thank you all for coming back full of chocolate and lemon tart and other delicious things. I'd like to just take a moment to thank Alexander Schmidt in his last presentation for making something incredibly clear, which is that the goals of sustainability are going to be completely beyond our grasp without the best application of IT and AI that we can possibly manage, because that's what's tying this conversation to your presentation and the entire topic of today to this conversation we're going to have here now. So we're going to have some brief presentations, and then if all works out well, we'll have a chance for some questions, which I will be jotting down, and of course we'd welcome any additional questions from you. We're going to start by hearing from the continent of Europe and the nation of Spain in the presence of Councillor Alba Montero, who is with Las Rosas de Madrid. Would you be so kind, Alba?
Hello, everyone. First of all, thank you for the opportunity of being here sharing with you. I'm Alba Montero, Counselor for Economy, Innovation, and Employment in Las Rozas de Madrid. I'm also a part-time teacher at the university, which allows me to share my experience and knowledge with my students and makes me feel so happy. Before joining the government team only 1 year ago, I worked as a manager for an international company, and I started my own business. And now I'm trying to enjoy a job that I'm passionate about. I'm trying to do my best to keep growing as a professional and as a person. So I keep, okay.
The floor is yours.
Thank you. So let's talk about Las Rozas, the city where I live and where I'm counselor of. Las Rozas is, I can use this, okay, perfect. Well, Las Rozas is a city really close to the capital of Spain, Madrid, and it shares its best advantages of Madrid. For example, it is always full of friendly people, it always welcomes everyone, and it has a lot of options of culture and leisure. But, however, Las Rozas is 15 minutes far away from the city center, driving by car. It is, of course, well connected by public transportation. It makes of this city a quieter place than the capital and a comfortable place to live. Let me go in deep with few details about the city. We are 100,000 inhabitants there, and actually we are a really young city. 35,000 out of these 100,000 are less than 25 years old, which makes our city really young. And that's one of the reasons why we are really committed with the young talent, because they are the future of the city. We have a really low rate of unemployment with only 4.4%. And we take care of the families, of course, having a lot of options for everyone. And we put special attention in elderly and people with disabilities. We are also the city of sports. We have been awarded many times by Europe. We are the home of Spanish national soccer team. I hope you know this team. We are really proud of that. And in fact, we are the highest city in Spain, no, in Europe, with the highest number of sports facilities per meter square in Spain. So that's a good thing. You can do sports in Las Rozas quite easy. And of course, we are green. We will talk more about this after all, but we have a lot of green areas and spaces where you can enjoy nature. By the way, and in fact, half of our territory is protected. So that's a good point. And all this makes of Las Rozas a really nice place to live and the city with the highest life expectancy in Europe. That's a good point. But it is not only a nice place to live, it's also a nice place to work, to study, and invest. We have a very big ecosystem in the northwest of Madrid, composed by almost 100 schools and high schools, more than 20 universities and vocational training centers, and with an ecosystem, a business ecosystem composed by 40,000 companies. Most of them are tech. By the way, we are leading the tech job in Spain. We have an 18% of our population working on tech jobs. That's the reason why we promote the talent, we work with it, and we try to connect all the stakeholders of our ecosystem, promoting entrepreneurship, digital transformation, upskilling, reskilling, and all these things just to create value based on what they actually need. This is because we are implementing a really big, ambitious strategy based on innovation and technology as a tools to be able to create real value. This strategy is led, of course, by our mayor, José de la Hoz, and we are investing in the smart city. We put the technology as the service of the city to create the smart city. And one of the main pillars of this smart city is, of course, sustainability. We have the goal of being net zero emissions in 2030. And to achieve that goal, that I feel proud to say that we have already achieved the 70% of this goal, thanks to these all action plans we are implementing on the city. But let me just give some examples because I won't have enough time to go in deep with everything. Just to share with you some examples. We have smart cameras all around the city that allow us not only to be one of the safest cities in the country, because they have artificial intelligence, and we are able to look for someone, for example, imagine that something has happened in the city, and we need to look for someone who is wearing a red t-shirt. So we are able to know, to find that person through artificial intelligence with our cameras. But regarding sustainability, these are real images. Regarding sustainability, we are able to know what actually needs our streets and take decisions based on real data. So that's one of the use we use these cameras to this main use, and it makes help us to be more sustainable. Of course, we have bike lanes, and we promote car sharing and this kind of sustainable way. Our residents can travel all around the city thanks to this kind of lanes. We have a really big infrastructure with electric cars. In fact, we are the city in Spain with the highest number of electric cars. So we support, of course, the city with this kind of infrastructures. All our street lights has changed to LED lights. So they has already helped us to save 30% of the energy. And they are also smart. They are able to adapt the light intensity based on the amount of people in the street. So if it is crowded or if not, and it is also helping us to save a lot of energy. Of course, we have, I guess all of you know how is the weather in Spain. So we have put solar panels at the top of all our buildings, so we are saving a lot of energy through this measure. We have implemented the smart waste containers. This is a really interesting measure. This container has a sensor who is able to give us the data, and we can know in real time if the container is full or not. So then we can optimize waste route collections, and we can be, of course, more sustainable. Also, we can take decisions. For example, if a container is never full, it is clear that that container shouldn't be there, and that kind of decisions. Our swimming pools are also smart. They regulate themselves. It means like instead having one person always controlling the pH and that kind of things, the swimming pools are automated and they regulate the indicators itself. So it helps us to save resources, time, and water. Our watering is also smart. It is able to know if it is going to rain or not. It measures the humidity, so as all you know, water is a really big global problem, and we are saving more than the 30% of the water thanks to these measures. Of course, we are trying to raise awareness through our ecosystem. For example, starting with the schools, we have eco-schools where our students work every year with different sustainability projects, and they compete between them. And we implement another initiatives involving the families. For example, this is one example I really like. It is the family day where all the families in our city goes together to plant a tree. We have planted already 14,000 trees during these few years ago. And what is next? I won't take more time. Our next challenge is just to create a city management platform which help us to take decisions based on data governance, put all this data together, and be able to keep improving the city. Thank you very much.
Thank you. That was quite a rapid dance. Thank you. That was, wow. And I appreciate that very much. We're going to hear next from the Deputy Magistrate of Yulin County. She is Shea Shuya, and welcome.
Yes, good morning. Good afternoon. Yes, I am Shuya Shea from Yulin County. And it's my honor to share Yulin's digital and green transformation effort and how we is moving forward on net zero. Yulin is a major agricultural county. Its agricultural, fishery, livestock products are the best one in Taiwan. We often joke like Yulin is the mother of Taiwan because we consume its products every day. And the aging population is one of the challenges. Almost 50% of the Yulin population are farmers, and 65% overpopulation is age 50, over 50, and 21% is over age 65. So young people move away from the rural area due to the low economic benefit of the agriculture. And the second challenge is the climate change, like heavy rains or drought or low temperature essential. And the climate climate change makes the farmers hard to maintain a stable agricultural production. So how to overcome these challenges? And our solution is to implement the digital and green transformation. And this approach not only generates the profit, but also help us to achieve our goal for the net zero by 2050. And now let me show you two examples. The first one is the smart greenhouse management systems with the integrated IoT technology and various environmental sensors for the real-time combining and sense back the data, the feedback to the control system. And this allows for the precise approach, a precise adjustment for the greenhouse environment. And soil center. Soil centers also monitor parameters like temperature and the humidity and conductivities. And this allows the system to automatically make irrigation decisions based on the accumulated temperature data. So this means more precise for the crop cultivation, labor savings, and the smarter. We also develop a method to quantify carbon, soil carbon sequestration compared to the traditional one. This can reduce carbon emission by 80 to 100 tons of the CO2 equivalent per year. So the second one is the agriculture and production management system. It uses IoT sensors to monitor fish ponds with the systems for automatic feeding, medication, oxygenation, and waste water treatment. And the treatment. The monitor fishing ponds including system for the automatic feeding and medication and the oxygenation and the wastewater treatment. And this system reduced the labor needed and boost the annual production by 42 times and save 93% water. So it also integrates solar panels to generate renewable energy to energy covering around 50% the site's electricity needs. In other words, it can save half of the electricity. Wow. So now we have completed 8 automated agricultural demonstration projects, including the tilapia, Taiwan coffee, king oyster mushroom, and Taiwanese native chicken, cheese, sprouts, and rice meals. With this easy to copy technology models, farms can be expanded, leading to significant economic growth and impressive performance. The annual output value can increase by NT$ 2 to 6 billion. Yes. Okay. Without the earlier introduction, people might think that Union enjoys perfect weather and great harvest every year, unaffected by the climate change, the labor shortages, and the pollution outflow. And all the challenges mentioned before, we have tried our best to upgrade the agriculture through digital and green transformation. And this involves developing the technology, smart technology, and the net zero emission concept to create inclusive, safe, and resilient, and locally distinctive smart agriculture. So at the same time, we recognize that promoting industrial transformation requires local community participation and neighbor and the regional support network to ensure that a new technology are shared and to reduce any potential inequality. So this approach ensures that no one is left behind. No one is left behind in the transformation process and establish human-centered smart transformation. Thank you very much for your listening, and that's my share. Thank you. 谢谢.
Thank you, Shuya. That was really interesting. Next up is our Jeremiah Garcia from Dublin, who is also, in addition to being in charge of economic development, is ultimately responsible for the ICF Institute there in Dublin. And thank you very much for taking on that responsibility.
Thank you, Robert. So, good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, everyone. All right, here we are. So again, my name is Jeremiah Garcia, Director of Economic Development for the City of Dublin. You heard our mayor give a great presentation today about many of the things that we are doing with the Institute and related to AI work in running our city. Being in charge of economic development obviously involves what half of that is, which is development of existing land in your city, and that is a finite resource. And we also understand that in order to maximize the development opportunities in our city, but also balance the needs of the environment, we needed to have a sustainability plan. And so that sustainability plan has a team built around it, which we call within the organizations. It's across the entire organization, and it's called Eco Dublin. But we do have an economic development staff member that is the liaison to that team to ensure that we implement and follow sustainability practices in our development efforts. And in fact, we commit ourselves to measurable outcomes in the plan itself. So just to give you an overview, there are 4 main areas of our recently, I would say, updated sustainability strategic plan. So we have our economic development, or our city overall goals, right? And then you have your economic development plan, and then within is our sustainability strategic plan that covers these 4 areas. 1, we must model sustainable leadership. 2, we design sustainable communities. 3, we support the natural environment. And 4th, achieve zero waste, which we've heard from all of our speakers up here with me today. But I want to cover the first 2, which is modeling sustainable leadership and designing sustainable communities, and give you really, really specific examples of how we are leading by example as we look to influence and ask our corporate partners to incorporate sustainability practices in their development projects. So first and foremost, I think it's important to note that our city hall itself sits in a LEED certified building. Where we make policies and make decisions sits in a building that is LEED certified. The irony of that is that before it was City Hall was a private company who actually utilized the city's incentive program to build a LEED certified building. We already had policies in place to encourage economic development, and that particular business was actually in the energy sector. And they chose to build their corporate headquarters and also, again, utilize our mission aligned with theirs in terms of sustainability practices. And as it would have it, that is now home to our City Hall, and we are operating out of a LEED certified building. In addition to our City Hall, one of the biggest assets that we have in our community is our community rec center. We've had, it's a common meeting place that your residents and your corporate partners want to utilize on a regular basis to showcase the community. That particular rec center and now is approaching 25 years old, but less than 10 years ago, that building now has a geothermal system and a complete green roof. And we are purchasing the actual exercise track that our clients use. What you see is the green roof as you make your way around the track. Again, a subtle but yet direct way of showing them how our mission and what we do in terms of our being leaders, again, in sustainable development. You can't ask someone to do what you aren't willing to do yourself. And we believe in it, and those are really key examples that we share as we work on development projects. Now, it's no surprise that the economic development projects that each of us are aware of or work on directly are making not just local decisions, but they're operating in a global market. And so many of them understand the importance of not just making the decision, but making sure that the community of which they locate, their values and mission align. And more importantly, we also see many companies have adopted their own environmental sustainability goals. And they want to make sure that their employees and their organization are locating in a city that truly allows and encourages that for them to achieve their environmental sustainability goals. So, again, you heard a mayor speak this morning a little bit about some of the environmental items, and more importantly, we're a city that's 25 square miles, but within there we have 64 parks, 64. So more than double the amount of actual square miles than we have in our city, but that green space is important to make sure that we manage sustainability practices in our development patterns, making sure that we prioritize the reservation and incorporate green space into mixed-use developments. Along with that, you need to make sure, as we help folks decide of different ways to move their people and their products, one of the ways that we do that, again, in our specific designs of our community is always building shared use paths, meaning paths that connect not only commercial areas, but connect neighborhoods and parks, so that it is truly an interconnected path that it leads you to a place that you will want to go to and are proud of being able to showcase that to your neighborhood and to your current and potential employees. Again, as I mentioned, leading by example, as the city hall is within a LEED certified building, we also facilitate a program to help some of our existing office buildings, or commercial buildings, I should say, that need new HVAC equipment that is more environmentally friendly, and that is very expensive. But in the state of Ohio, there is a financing program that we support, and we are active in these. It's called Property Assessed Clean Energy, that allows 100% financing for any environmental related upgrades. That includes new construction. If the company so chooses to want to go above and beyond the standard, they can utilize this program to finance 100% of those environmental related activities, which is a significant savings for that company upfront in terms of the capital investment. Again, matching our own sustainable leadership practice with the private sector. And last but not least is continuing to build our mobility hubs for economic development, alternative forms of transportation, including our own fleet that have electric and natural gas vehicles. So we are using alternative fuels for ourselves, and in fact, we're also right now in the middle of launching our mobility hub program to increase the use of electric scooters around our business and commercial areas, so that again, the employees, when they do choose to come into the office, they have alternate forms of transportation to get to and from that, again, that matches their environmental sustainability practices. So those are a few of the key items that I wanted to highlight as it relates to building sustainability and economic development practices. There is much more that we could discuss, but I think those are most directly related to all of our work that we do here with the ICF and in our home communities. Thank you.
Thank you, Jeremiah. And finally, let us hear from James Ye, who heads our ICF Institute and is also a university professor. James.
Thank you, Robert. Good afternoon, everyone. My name's James Ye. Actually, I'm working at a professor business school in Zhonghua University in Hsinchu. Our university established an ICF Institute in Taiwan on the year 2018 with collaboration with ICF. Of course, that's a big milestone for our campus to move forward to the smart city research and the teaching activities. As a university-based institution, we are really very simple. We focus on research and provide talent for the needed of the smart city activities. What we have done in the past couple of years, pretty much about the three things. The first thing is we are actually providing consulting service to the local government, including Hsinchu, Taoyuan. A lot of Taiwan local government have worked with us. We have some project we're going to help them to apply for the ICF Smart 21 or Top 7 competition. So we collect data and prepare document for the local government. We accumulate the knowledge after a couple of years. We also provide some other consulting service, which is also smart city relevant. But interesting project we are doing is we provide a consulting service to Hsinchu County government about the management of AI smart park, which is an industry park. We are going to recruit a lot of AI-related company. You might know Hsinchu has a strategic located as a semiconductor industry cluster. So in the future, we are not only have a company like TSMC making chips. We also like to have a company can do the hardware and the software and also integration. So we can provide all the solution and service relevant to the AI service. That's a strategic goal for the local government, which we provide service. The second thing we do is we have established a new master program, which we offer diploma with the title of Smart City Research. Usually we take students from, they are working professional from all different kind of industries and also from the government. They are government officials. They are working in the construction business, in the software business, in the hardware business. They are all smart city related. So during the program, they can interact, they can make friends, they can learn the best case study. We also invite experts in the industry to deliver the talk or speech, so we can become a platform to accumulate the knowledge for the best interest of the student and the faculty as well. In addition to the diploma of the math program, we also have a program called the Wind Turbine Certificate Program, which means we have a lot of wind turbine along the coast. The machine will run for another 20, 30 years. We need another people to maintain the service. All those people require a certificate so they can operate appropriately. So we provide a training program as a certificate so students can get well trained and can get a very good job with good salary, also contribute to the green energy in that sense. That's another interesting project happening in our campus. The third thing we're going to do is about the research. So we hope we can collect the best practice from the case like Yunlin or Taoyuan, Xinbei, New Taipei City. So we can share our best practice to our other sister universities or other cities interested in learning. I'm happy to learn my friends they are doing very similar things in Europe. We think we can learn a lot from them. We are in the very beginning stage about those case study research because it's very time consuming. We try to encourage students to write thesis regarding this topic so we can have more resources to prepare the cases for the use of industry. That's pretty much what we have been doing for the last couple of years. But I will spend 1 minute talking about the topic. We're going to really focus about the net zero and the smart city. My observation is pretty much we've been doing the smart city research or project Usually, we interact with the government, mayors. Usually, this smart city concept is in charge with the unit like a IT-related bureau or information management bureau. However, when the sustainability become an important topic, usually they will be handled in a new committee or informal organization structure, but it will be operated separately. Right now, we have an AI concept added to all the management system, but we don't have a formal structure for AI. Everybody knows AI is important, but in terms of operation, it's scattered all over every place without a central portal to deal with. So in terms of research, we're going to foresee in the future, they're going to have a converge for those three concepts. So with the AI tech leadership, they're going to have a system automatically monitor the city with leverage all the data we have. So they can make the smart city more smart, and they can also reduce the carbon emission automatically, or make some adjustment automatically. Not only they can monitor in real time, but also they can provide policy recommendation based on a very good database with the best practice from the global community. I think that will be the future. We're still in a very early stage right now. There's a lot of years ahead of the road, because we still have a lot of things to do and to cooperate, to work together, so we can see the converge of the three topics together to make our future better. That's my thought. Thank you.
Thank you, James. I agree with you that convergence is the future. I actually was taken by comments in both Shuya, your presentation, and Jeremiah's remarks about, well, Shuya, you are the clearest example of all. You basically somehow have a strategy that combines sustainability, economic development in response to climate change, and labor shortages, and you're finding you're finding sets of solutions for all three problems. Did I understand that correctly? Because that's what it sounds like to me, and I think it's brilliant. If you can solve three problems with one answer, it's a great idea.
Sure. Thank you for your question. In uni, as I mentioned, that the aging population is the challenge. So right now I try our best to encourage the young men to come back to uni, and we have set up the agricultural university, a smart agricultural university. We try to have all kinds of the training that to meet the requirement of the young men. As you know, for the elder, it's nowhere. But for the young patient, they want to work smart, and then can, in the holiday, they still can have the tour, even to go abroad, and they can have the remote control to set up all the button or to adjust all the we call the intelligent system. So everything can control by digital or the system. So it's very useful and very practical. And right now, as I mentioned in 2022, the output, the agricultural output is as high as NT$ 89 billion. Compared to it's 2020, it's around 70 NT$ 79. So the income, the profit low is high. It's very. I think it's very.
It's called productivity, and it's
yes. So I'm planning.
I need to cut you off there because I want to make sure other people have a chance to speak. So Jeremiah, you're talking about the fact that without sustainability as a focus, economic development isn't going to happen. Would you agree? Would you agree with that?
I think it's it's a priority that we're up front with as we work on projects and obviously setting policy and programs to achieve those goals.
Yeah.
And
Alba, I want to just ask you Alexander Schmidt's question. So that $1 billion a year you're going to spend on achieving your last 30% of your goal, how's that going? Do you agree with him that that's a huge spend?
Yeah. Can you hear me? Yeah. Yeah, that was a point I told my partner. I don't know, we are still implementing the action plans we have already designed. And for example, in terms of street lights, they are not all, not every street lights are LEDs. We are still missing like 1,000 LEDs, so we are changing, but all the programs are being developing, and now we have achieved this 70% of the goal of our aim. You know, okay. I don't know if I've answered your question.
No, you didn't. You dodged it, but that's all right. You're a counselor. You're allowed to do that. No, I'll ask you after. James, I just want to finish with you. Oh, actually, I'm jumping the gun here. So I've never heard anybody else say it before, but I think you're entirely correct about the idea that ultimately sustainability is the same as IT, as AI, and I think it's the same as economic development, and they ultimately all influence each other. I mean, is that what your prediction is about?
Yes, we can see the trend because. In the future, integration will be the best way so we can reduce the cost and enhance the efficiency. And with the generative AI ready to be used, so it will be no reason we don't leverage this technology to be the benefit of an integration project, especially as a city. That's definitely the best way to think about the solution for the future.
And maybe that's the answer to Alexander's quote about the $1 billion. It's $1 billion of spending, but it's not just $1 billion additional spending that we have to pull out of the air. It is integrated with all the other things that we're trying to accomplish. And there's all kinds of returns on that investment that are not just about sustainability. And I'm sure you would have said that if you'd had time. So, but since I've got my 42 seconds, Alba, I do want to come back to you. So, is this costing a lot of money? I mean, how is this working from a budgetary standpoint, the kind of investment that has gotten you to that 70% goal?
Of course, it costs a lot of money. To be honest, I'm the counselor for economy, and in my area, I'm not directly managing this strategy. It is managing for the mayor and a workmate in Las Rozas. But I'm aware that it costs a lot of money to implement all these strategies and all of the action plans. The thing is that we have already worked hard during these few years ago, trying to achieve the goal even before. But I don't know if we will be able to achieve that goal. So we are trying to do our best to achieve it. And if we achieve it, we will keep growing to be more and more sustainable. So.
Well, thank you. So I hope you will join me in thanking our panelists for a very, very interesting 40 minutes.
All right, thank you so much. Please remain seated for 2 seconds, 2 more seconds for a photo. Thank you. All right, so our photographers are ready right here. So please look at the photographer here. Okay, this one first. Okay, 3. And the other one. 3, 2, 1. Great. All right, so now I would like to ask you to stand up, excuse me, to move to the center of the stage, and let's take another photo. Yeah, we need to commemorate this really wonderful moment here in New Taipei City. All right, please look at the photographer. Yeah, pictures. Well, okay, another one. And I think we have our cell phone ready as well. Okay. Thumbs up. Okay, please have your thumbs up. One more photos. All right, thank you. Thank you so much. Please kindly take your seats. Thank you for the very informative panel discussion. Thank you. 哇，我们刚刚呢，真的是一场非常精彩的交流，就是一场跨国跟跨界的交流。 那也让我们呢了解有助于实现可持续性目标的一个这个智慧城市计划，还有呢其中会需要面临的挑战，然后也非常感谢大家，我们所有的国际上的讲者呢跟我们分享了一些实际在各个城市的一些经验分享。那相信呢我们可以让全球还有我们台湾的这个学者专家们呢可以借鉴往可持续发展的城市呢再靠近一大步。那接下来呢，我们下一个阶段呢，我们的主题会是台湾安居乐业智慧布局。那接下来就和在座朋友一起聚焦台湾在智慧城市上的布局。我们会从能源、交通、医疗跟建筑出发，邀请学者来跟我们分享宝贵的意见。So next up, we will focus on Taiwan's deployment of smart cities with our friends here from energy, transportation, healthcare, and buildings, inviting scholars and industry experts to share their insights and valuable experiences. So right now, I would like to welcome the moderator and panelists. 那我们现在一样欢迎我们的主持人和我们的这个 panelists。首先呢，我们引言人请到的是国立成功大学都市计划学系的林丰田教授，欢迎我们这个阶段 panel 的主持人。The moderator, Professor Lin Fengtian from the Department of Urban Planning at National Cheng Kung University. 那我们在智慧能源的面向呢，我们邀请到的是远传电信、资讯及数位转型科技群智慧城市解决方案部协理张文金。有请到我们的舞台中央 Director of the Smart City Solutions Department at Far Eastern Telecommunication。那在智慧交通方面呢，我们有请纳智捷汽车李应生副总经理。In the field of smart transportation, we have Senior Vice President Jeff Lee from Luxion Motor. Please join us on stage. 那我们在智慧医疗的主题呢，邀请到华硕云端暨台智云吴汉章总经理。And for the topic of smart healthcare, we have invited Peter Wu, CEO of Asus Cloud and TWSC. 那在智慧建筑的领域，我们邀请到台达电子楼宇自动化事业群苏文杰处长。In the smart building sector, we have Jay Su, Director of the Building Automation Business Group at Delta Electronics. Okay, we'd like to welcome the moderator and panelists. 接下来我们就把时间交给林丰田教授。
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. I'm Professor Fengtian Lin from the National Taiwan University in the southern Taiwan. I'm very happy to have this opportunity come back here to host this session. Why I say come back? Because Miss Ke from New Taipei City Government over there, she reminded me in 2002, 22 years ago. At that time, I helped the Taipei City Government to join the ICF, okay, and deliver a lecture there at that time. So I'm very happy to come back here. And this station, we have 4 international local companies. They produce smart devices or systems. So it's very a wonderful time to have share their knowledge or their viewpoint with us. So let me introduce the Far Eastern, right? Yeah, Zhang Wenjun, Zhang Xieli, okay, to give us the short lecture. Everyone have 5 minutes, okay? So please.
好，各位好，我们应该会有 slide 对吧？对 ，OK。好，各位好，大家或许会觉得奇怪，为什么是电信公司来谈 Smart City 哈？我是这个the Director of the Smart City Department at Firestone 的康浩的这个我们经营这个 Smart City 已经有很多年的时间了，对我们来说。我们提供的是一个服务，而不是在销售硬体设备。好，因为我们是电信公司。举个例子来讲，我们提供了桃园市政府整个北区超过9万盏的智慧路灯。好， 这个服务。可是对我们来讲，我们并不是销售这个硬体服务，我们提供的是一个照明的服务。同时，同样的，我们在新北市399所的国高中小提供了能源管理服务 EMS 服务。它的有一个名字，大家 maybe 有听过，叫做班班有冷气。那这个整体的制作呢，整体的我们帮整个城市省下了6座大安森林公园碳排，因为我们涵盖了全台湾9个县市。那我们做这个路灯的情况也是一样，我们不但提供了照明服务，我们还导入了 IoT 跟 AI。因为我们知道这个路灯的维修非常非常困难，它需要一个车子升得高高的，还要提前申请所以每坏一个这个成本是非常非常高的。我们要怎么帮助他解决他的问题呢？第一个，当有发生障碍的时候，我们是24小时监控他的。第二个，当他发生障碍的时候呢，我们会尝试着透过 Real Engine 的方式，让它远端重新来启动。尝试了 N 次之后没有办法，我们才会紧急报修，然后由专门的人去处理。这样做有什么好处呢？第一，我节省了我的整个维护的成本；第二个，我们让过去路灯在损坏之后需要透过3天的时间才能完修，现在用这种智慧型的方式，只要15个小时。各位，你要想想看如果你骑摩托车路上是没有路灯的，它经过3天会造成很多的意外。那另外是有额外的 benefit 是什么呢？因为我们会主动去透过 AI 去侦测，天亮了，现在是夏天时间，超过6点了，为什么有些电还是通着，有些灯还是亮着？我们就主动用 AI 去扫一遍，只要它是亮的，我们就主动把它关掉。没想到只是这个小小的动作，1年帮这个桃园市政府减少了5万通的1999申诉电话，这是额外之喜啦。当然我们也不断的去推进整个在能源上面这个领域，包含我们在跟车辆的结合，在各位生活的周遭已经遍布的方方面面。从有2轮的 U-Bike 上面，各位可能知道里面有一张 SIM 卡，它有后台，那也是远传电信提供。那另外各位租的 GoShare、iRent 这些等等的后台都有我们影子存在。就算你去换了电动车的这个电池，那后面也是我们的系统在提供。甚至我们已经部署到更先进的像充电桩服务。这一点稍后我会跟纳智捷长官请教一下，因为我们非常感谢纳智捷这个从一开始开台就照顾我们。好，那接下来介绍一下我们在过去呢，我们提供了全台湾1359所的国高中小，总共45800间以上的教室，这个能源管理系统。做这个能源管理系统呢，有2个好处。第一，我们透过 AI 去侦测跟环境温度的一个变化，来调整我们这个室内的温度的一些设定。第二个，大家有没有想过，万一我们发生一些意外事件的时候，台电有机组有异常的时候，这个电是要留给台积电呢，还是留给小朋友吹冷气？我们有2全其美的方式，就是透过我们系统跟台电做个 Open ADR 一个整合，让台电可以远端让我们教室冷气先 shut down 半小时，因为它已经吹了1个早上的冷气 ，shut down 半小时，电风扇还在转，不会影响到小朋友，只是温度稍微调高一点点而已，但是可以解决掉大量的电力的使用。那因为做了这些 smart 的东西，我们让整个城市呢省了6座大安森林公园1年的碳排的吸收量。那我们同样把这样的技术转接到企业上面，不断的推动。因为我们是电信公司有超过10万家以上的企业用户。那我们的企业用户现在面临到最大的问题：第一，如果你要外销，你要碳盘查；第二，你要节能减碳；第三，我要如何让我的能耗使用的更少；第四个，我需要去哪里生产出找出新的碳权，又或者买到绿电。然后做完这件事情，1年时间又到了，又要开始重新碳盘查。我们用更 smart 的方式来做这件事情。举个例子来讲，我们的能管系统因为我们的 EMS 已经可以跟碳盘查系统直接做一个联动。用这种方式呢，你再也不用抄表了。我举个简单例子，大家能够感觉到了像远传电信有800间门市，超过13000个基地台。假设我每个月都要抄表，我可能抄到 点都歪了，都抄不完，而且时间上没有办法切在一起。所以我们透过智慧电表的方式来把它整在一起。当然，我们也协助台湾电力公司目前布建了158万具的智慧电表的通讯服务，这个是跟台大电合作的。好，就透过这种很 smart 的方式，结合外部的 AI 以及 IoT， 我们远传所俗称的大人物，把整体的系统布建到最好，以及做到最优化。那另外我们也看到台湾在过去呢，电力大部分都集中在发电厂以及输配到终端去。各位看起来都非常年轻，没有经历过民国88年那个一个电塔倒塌之后，整个台湾西半部是没有电好几天的情况。那印象可能比较深的是大前天，小琉球停电了，整个岛都是黑的。那小琉球电哪里来？透过柴油发电机。我们现在台湾的几十个离岛，通通透过柴油发电机来发电。跟各位报告，柴油发电机发电成本一度超过10块钱。但是它不能跟民众收10块钱，它只能收2、3块钱，所以台电每年必须编列超过100亿以上的费用来支应这样的发电。那我们用什么方法来解决呢？好，我们在2年前有幸能够协助这个台电在离岛望安来建置微电网。这微电网呢，就是大量使用再生能源。我们现在在路边看到太阳能风机啊，它发完电之后都是送到哪里去？都是直接送给台电，直接算去销售趸售的价钱，这个价钱很好。可是，在未来，我们希望呢，你就地发的电，太阳能电不要经过线损，直接马上透过储能系统，直接在当地就把它使用掉了。这是我们想要做到的，让它多使用再生能源。那这样外岛就不用再每天送一大堆的柴油进行做这个发电。这是我们在现场做的实际状况。这个用的也是台达电的系统哦，但是软体是我们自己写的。好，我们透过这样的系统呢，我们不断的往前以及往后去推动。我们在未来，因为我们看到电动车，像 Last Gen 的 N7 现在是卖到断货的，这个是排得非常非常满。我们自己公司内部几百台的公务车，在未来这3年内也要逐步做一个汰换。那我们远传电信呢，在目前在几个县市政府的公有充电桩，包含像台中市以及新竹市等其他几个县市，整个充电桩都是由远传电信提供服务。同时，我们也在各位很熟知的搜狗、大圆百、爱买等等提供快充的这个服务。这个部分呢，我们就会跟车厂有一个完整的连接，然后帮他去做更快速的充电之外，另外也会协助企业来做碳盘查等相关的应用。那同时在交通的部分，各位可能有发现，最近停电，但红绿灯不会停。我们在台北市部署了将近200颗的路口的 UPS， 我们使用的是 GoGo 的 Retire 的电池，让它的这个电池的生命周期可以延续到10年以上。好，目前使用情况非常非常好，已经上线2年的。那已经也获得这个过去也获得几个大奖之外呢，目前像高雄啦、这个嘉义啦，以及省道啦、公路局等等都陆续采用这样的 solution。好，我初步先讲到这边，好，谢谢。
Thank you. Just now I was told that I can speak in Mandarin. They have a good translation. Yeah, okay. So I can switch my speaking mode to Mandarin. 好 ，OK， 我用中文讲啊。谢谢那个协理哈，张协理他强调了一个很重要的观念，就是其实他们不是卖设备的，是卖服务。Yeah, okay. Service is important, is keyword. OK， 然后呢，再过来，那我们是不是请那个纳智捷汽车的李应生李副总经理来帮我们从这个交通方面来做一下介绍，提供的服务啊，谢谢。
主持人各位大家好，我想今天刚刚下午我来到这边就看到包含我们国外的贵宾还有在座几位大家都提到各种不同的角度怎么样去提升我们这个智慧城市未来的一个发展。不过我注意一下大概只有我是来自于汽车业那大家都提到很多有关于智慧交通。我稍微跟大家简单稍微起个头在讲纳智捷之前，其实在2015年，全球的汽车业出现了一个新的名词， 叫做 CASE， 我想很多人都知道 CASE， 这是汽车业在2015年开始重大的一个创新跟变革，它对于城市的样貌会有决定性的影响。C 就是联网 ，A 全自动驾驶。全自动驾驶在过去这段时间以来发展很多，但目前碰到一些瓶颈。在全球呢，不管有些车厂自称为它是 autopilot， 或者是 full self driving 其实都没有自动驾驶。真正的自动驾驶的 leader 是全球很有名的一家公司，是 Google 底下叫 Waymo。这家公司当它没有去讲它可以自动驾驶之前，我想自动驾驶都是个空谈。自动驾驶我们都知道分成 level 0、1、2、3、4、5。现在各位所开的车子呢，大部分都是 level 2， 甚至根本没有 level 2。全自动驾驶是 level 4或 level 5。这个技术的发展牵涉到很多 AI 的算力 ，AI 的运用最极致就是全自动驾驶。当全自动驾驶走到 level 4或 level 5的时候，整个城市的样貌都会做一个改变，包含我们的停车场已经不需要那么多了，包含我们的交通会变得更顺畅，不会有那么多车祸，包含我们每一条道路它所能够容纳的运输量都会变得很大。为什么？因为各位都开过车子，都知道有 ACC 嘛，跟车系统等等这些东西都会让我们车子的间距缩短，也不用再太多的刹车或者是加速，所以呢，油耗又会变得更好。如果它开的是油车的话，所以整个城市的样貌都会因为自动驾驶而做改变。而这个时间的来到，我估计应该在2030年以后，但时间也不会太远了。再来就是 S 就是 car sharing， 就是汽车的共享。我想目前各位所开的车子，你每天正常上下班，如果你有开车，或者你假日有开车的话，大概一台车子它真正的使用的我们所谓的驾动率，大概只有5%而已。除非你开得很远。如果我们做一个很简单的想象，把这个驾动力提升1倍，从5%变成10%的话，各位，我们需要这么多车子吗？所以整个城市的样貌又会跟着做一些改变了。当汽车共享这个概念深植在年轻人的心中的时候，未来大家不需要再买车，或者你要买的车变比较少的时候，汽车共享就是一个很重要的一个概念。最后就是电动车。我想今天各位都已经讲了很多大概是今天我大概开头先跟各位分享汽车业对于整个智慧城市的影响，每一个字都会对智慧城市有很大的影响。不好意思，可以回到上一页吗？这边怎么按？纳智捷在永续的趋势下的创新与变革大概分成3个面向我想这个内容各位可以自行参考一下子基本上来讲的话，我们当然第一台车子已经在前几个月推出了，这也是目前台湾自主品牌国产电动车第一台，也是第一台降到100万以下的车。当然前一阵子有第2台出来了，所以我们希望未来我们油车的车主，我相信在座绝大部分人都是开油车的，开油车要转到电动车，最大的3大难题、3大障碍，第一个就是车价，第2个就是续航力，第3个就是充电的便利性。所以呢，第一个车价的部分，我们先帮大家解决了。我相信未来在这个良性的竞争之下，台湾的电动车的数字会快速的成长。第2个就是有关于我们在不好意思这个字有点看不太清楚，近零碳排近零碳排的部分我想这个是不用多说，我们在前一阵子也参加了加入了交通部跟台经院所成立的一个近零碳排的通勤的一个计划。我们是目前为止全台湾唯一一个进入这个计划的汽车品牌。我们希望能够跟着台湾我们政府相关的一些规范跟要求一起往前推进，让我们及早进入到近零碳排的时代。那么第3个就是我们在接下来我们推出的产品呢，会有很多的一些规划，我想稍后再讲一下细节好了。我们到下一页。我们在 AI 的应用大概也分3个层面第一个就是车联网，刚刚有提到车联的技术。车联网基本上是跟各位手机有息息相关。当你的手机的 App 跟你的车子有联网的时候，你可以做车控。纳智捷在这方面呢，我跟我们的合作伙伴鸿华先进就做这方面的一些规划，希望在很快的时间之内呢，能够让车子跟手机跟你的手机做一些很紧密的一些连接。第2个就是刚刚所提到的充电便利性。充电便利性很重要， 如果充电便利性不方便的话，各位你们都不会想要去买电动车，所以充电技术会很重要。各位在路上看到一大堆充电桩，但充电桩怎么能够有效的让车主觉得更方便，这件事情很重要。很多人开电动车啊，手机里面一大堆 app， 一个 CPU 就一个 app， 大概灌了7、8个 app， 还要扫码。那我们已经做了一个动作，跟我们所有合作的充电商做了一个随插即充的整合。我们车子只要一开到充电桩那边，它本身就立刻它的 EVCC ID 就是它的车子本身的辨识码，立刻跟这个充电桩做串联。所以一旦串联之后，它很快就可以拿起它的充电桩、充电枪，立刻开始充电，不需要做任何的动作。所以这个便利性会变得非常的重要。除此之外，我们跟充电桩业者也做一些合作包含他们现在充电营运平台的这个点数、位置，跟我们的充电地图都能够做一些结合。所以我们现在规划一些充电路径，让它充电。我们的这个车主在开车的过程当中，如果要充电的话，会更加的一个便利。日后还有一个就是充电桩呢，它本身的即时讯息，就像我们的即时路况一样。如果你的充电桩有即时讯息，哪些充电桩有空，哪些充电桩正在充电没有空，都可以随时 feedback 给我们的车主的话，那就会变得更方便了。第3个叫 OTA， 我想这个东西大家都很清楚，你的手机呢就会随时可以去更新你的手机的相关的讯息，或者是新的 app 会进来。OTA 是基本上不是一个新的技术，但是在台湾呢，你如果能够做 OTA 的话，随时更新你车子的性能，这件事情会变得非常重要。换句话讲，一台车子你卖出去，你买到以后，你不用再去等待它的小改款或大改款，完全不用，因为我们有 OTA， 随时都可以做空中的更新。我们车子在3月份开始交车以后，已经做了2次的空中更新了。换句话讲，车主你早买晚买都一样，只要你早买就可以早享受，而且享受最新的技术。所以车子以后就是一个载体，当车子变成载体的时候，它有很多无限想象的空间可以实施。所以这就是我们在AI 技术上面应用的3大方向。谢谢主持人。
谢谢副总经理。这个我以前都有讲说叫做傻瓜相机啦哈，现在看起来都变成傻瓜汽车了，人就进去就好了，什么东西都不用想啊。好，谢谢。再过来，我们请到华硕呢，这个吴总经理来帮我们讲一下医疗哈，因为我们谈这个智慧城市，经常被提到一个是交通，一个就是医疗了哈。尤其现在讲 AI， 哇，这个医疗是很红的啊，是不是？我们就请吴总。
好，谢谢主持人。各位下午好。我是来自于华硕云端的 Peter。接一下，不是那个。好，跟各位很快介绍我们在医疗做的事情。华硕目前在医疗领域大概投入200个人力。好，那我们着重在解决目前在后疫情时代的3个主要的议题。好，一个就是精准健康，好，更多的 personal 就是个人化的诊断或者治疗服务。第2个重点就是在 virtual care， 好，就是在虚拟或是我们讲远距照护这一块相关的议题。那第3块我们讲叫医院韧性或医疗韧性，好，就 hospital resilience。好，我们如何解决这3块重要的议题？那我们在过去几年以一个架构去推进。好，那这架构以3个层次去实现它。好，最上面这个层次我们叫 intelligent application， 主要就是在透过一些新的智慧医材，待会跟各位介绍一些 AI， 去让领域的问题能够被实际应用到 doctors 或 patients。好，那最下面这一块是 smart infrastructure。好，那华硕集团现在比较特别，我们在运行一个 AI supercomputer。好，所以我们有自有的 infrastructure， 好，能够去服务不只是city scale， 好，甚至是整个 national scale 的 application， 好 AI application 我们可以去做承载。那中间这一块是我们近期投入非常多人力，是在从结构化的电子病历、影像、基因的数据，好，就是从数据这一块，我们在很努力在打造一些比较能够促进数据互动的平台。 好，那以下跟各位介绍2个很快的例子，我们如何利用 AI 用在几个场景。好，那第一个是用在比较老年照护。好，那实际的应用就是把这一波生成式 AI 用在语音辨识的能力，把它用在台语。好，那台湾其实还是很多老人家习惯用台语。好，那医院也很多场景想要把自动化的语音辨识用在包含门诊，甚至最后用在各种照护的界面里面。好，所以我们在今年初就把它用在几个我们合作医院里面。那各位可以看到，我们在 local 的努力下，比较 OpenAI 的 Whisper 我们台语的准确度就蛮可以落地。好，这是一个实际的例子。就实际上蛮多医院现在也很有兴趣，在医院的场景里面去利用语音 AI。好，另外一个例子就比较是 telemedicine， 就远距医疗。好，那华硕目前在台湾有一个做的蛮不错的是 portable ultrasound。好，各位可能都在医院看过超音波机器。好，那过去的超音波机器可能1台几百万，不太容易带出百。好，但超音波对于诊断很重要。好，所以我们在前年开始就在市场上推，可以透过 Wi-Fi、battery、手机结合在一起，可以随时随地去做诊断。就各位看到的这个 portable ultrasound。好，那 AI 特别对它可以带来很多用途，尤其我们在智慧城市有很多偏乡、急诊、在宅医疗，这种应用，过去用超音波的医生，是受过比较久训练的。好，那目前用超音波的医生可能是其他科别或是一些照护员。好，那透过 AI， 它可以花比较少的训练时间，就可以使用好超音波这么好的技术。好，所以很快跟各位介绍2个例子。好，我们对于 AI 利用到智慧医疗，有高度的期待。谢谢大家。
谢谢吴总经理哈。这个我啦哈，我经常看到都是这个超音波的用 AI 技术。今天听到说用台语的，哇，这个更厉害了这个以后发展更广会有更广的发展。好，再过来呢，我们请到台达电这个有关于楼宇自动化事业群的苏处长来帮我们讲一个智慧建筑方面。好，谢谢。
在此先谢谢主持人跟各位来宾以及现场各位贵宾的莅临。那台达很高兴有这个机会代表台达电来参与这个盛会。那借过这个盛会来分享台达的一些经验跟我们的一些提供一些建议。各位都清楚台达电子，但是可能没想到这个台达从1971年成立到现在已经53年。其实台达跟新北非常有渊源。当初我们创办人53年前就在新北市的新庄，从10几个人开始创业，到现在全球有超过8、9万人，然后我们合并营收大概超过4000亿台币。那这也是台湾这块土地、新北这块土地所孕育出来的一个企业，所以我们非常希望把这个样的所知所学所贡献给这块土地。那其实台达大家知道，台达是硬体，做电源供应器做 server。那现在很多 AI 的议题出现之后，台达怎么样的参与？那很多的方案，因为我们在参与新北市政府这个过程中，新北市政府的所有的局处室，很多方案其实可以从我们的角度给很多的建议。那其实我们从楼宇出发，因为楼宇建筑是我们调查过，建筑能耗是全世界能耗超过43%到50几，都是由建筑所耗能所影响的。那台达一直以来整个愿景就是环保、节能、爱地球，所以我们会从建筑出发来做节能。这其实各位想，建筑往外走，多栋建筑物就是一个园区，多个园区就是一个城市。所以我们希望说，顺着前一场的几位外国嘉宾提到，城市的永续治理是一个很重要的，所以我们在这里分享一些我们的经验。这里可以看到，从建筑里面说建筑能源管理，如果往外扩，我们到园区的智慧管理，它有个大平台。那结合前面几个来宾所提的，我们今天车辆的管理、停车场管理、空气污染管理。那举我刚才为例，我办公室在内湖，我刚才要过来，第一是要出门，我明明知道怎么开， 但是我下意识的动作第一个做什么事？打开 Google 地图，输入地址，然后会给我一下建议怎么走。那其实这背后都是 AI 所造成。各位想想 ，AI 怎么来 ？AI 一定要有基础建设。那这些基础建设的辛苦工作就在于在座的来宾以及在座新北市政府所有局处室、所有长官、所有同仁的努力，他们的努力、他们的贡献、他们的设置，才有这些基础建设。所以我们分享的第一个就是透过城市平台的治理，来结合所有的资讯，才有助于我们未来下一步 AI 工作的推进。这是第一个。那在这个平台之下，也许我们很快的提出3个比较小一点的解决方案跟大家参考。台湾是一个 IT 很大的大国，那我们怎么善用我们所有能源能耗的设备解决方案的提供，来帮助我们这个能源贫瘠的岛能够有效的保护自己，有效建构自己的能力。那这里我们提到了，各位可以看到，透过储能，透过太阳能，透过充电桩，透过很多设备的集结、资讯的收集，可以帮助我们有效的去管理、节省这些能源的耗损。那我举得很简单，我不就投影片一一的介绍。各位想象，如果我们今天的停车场，一个开放性的停车场，我们上面做了太阳能板，我们在开放性的空间、安全环境之下，我们做的储能。那我们结合充电桩，做很好的能源管理平台。我是 user， 我是市民，我要来停车，透过我的平台的 app， 我就可以做到这些事情。那我觉得这些 AI 的应用，这些 AI 的发展，对于未来我们每个市民大众、每个城市治理的经营者、对市长、对副市长、所有局处首长来说，都是非常重要、可以想象的未来。我们4月3号的台湾大地震，很有幸的，相对于9·11来说，我们没有发生停电，因为我们震央是在海外。那也有人说，因为经济部去年、前年做了很多储能，那据我了解，储能只是一小部分的贡献。很多企业主因为这些大地震之后，他会想象的是说，我们要不要为自己、为企业的永续经营来做一些预备动作？那台湾很多业者都能做，那怎么样结合台湾产业的实力？台湾业者的能耐，为自己、为未来、为产业的发展贡献。举以我们为例，台达电子帮一些面板厂、帮一些钢铁厂，他花了将近10亿台币来建构大概40到80 megawatt 的储能。它目的是为了一方面，它跟台电有一些匹配性的服务；二方面来保障自己。如果他预算怎么算？他就算说，如果今天突然停电，我可以在不用柴油发电机的状况下，我可以供应自己厂区将近1个小时的紧急备援。那对于这样对它的产能、对它产线都是很好的作为。所以从建筑出发，很多方案可以保障所有能源效能的提升跟安全保障。第二个方案讲一下路灯，各位可能想象路灯是一个很传统的产业。那台达电何其有幸，过去10年来，台达电供应全台湾将近1/3强的路灯的设备服务都由台达电来提供。那也有幸承揽新北市公务局将近2期，累积到现在将近超过8年的服务。我们服务了1半个新北市的，前面远传的协理有提到的照明服务。那所有的1999的接听单位由台达电来承揽。那也谢谢新北市给我们这个机会，有这样的经验积累，可以看到，投影片右下角，我们承揽的雅加达、东雅加达将近2-3万盏的智慧灯杆。那也因为这个案例，我们得到了2024年智慧城市展里面的整个系统输出奖的首奖。那这样的经验是怎么样？怎么说呢？就是第一，台湾产业不错，台湾政府非常好，我们给一个很好的平台，给很好的试验场，给合理的预算，让厂商可以在这个试验场做很好的运维成功之后，可以把这个经验往外带。那第一路灯换完了，接下来换智控路灯。那智控路灯如果在下一步我们做什么？投影片的左下角可以看到智慧灯杆。那前面纳世杰的总经理有提到说，将来我们的自驾车是非常重要的。那我是这样跟我自己讲，也跟我的伙伴们讲，未来各位伙伴，所有这些开吊车的工班，你们都非常重要，因为所有的路灯的这个 device 这个载体，就是未来所有自驾车、所有的 IoT 产业最重要的载体。我都开玩笑跟公务局的长官说，跟其他县市的长官说，你们将来这些所有载体要收费，每盏路灯每个业者要来挂东西都跟他收钱。我们帮我们自己城市来做运维，所以各位想象，路灯这个很简单的照明服务， 从未来来说，会是城市整个 AI 发展很重要的服务载体。最后一个也是第3个，就是有关 AI 在安防上怎么用。各位驾驶员、各位驾驶者，包括我自己在内，在开车，我们最怕遇到什么？科技执法、超速抓拍，对不对？那这些基本款交通局一定要做的。那这些我们看似讨厌保护我们的作为，其实它下一步可以做什么？下一步可以做 AI 的辨识。我们都想象，如果今天在座这么多来宾，今天是整栋上百上千人的服务，今天不小心有个妈妈带一个小朋友，他走失了怎么办？透过现在很多 AI 后台 server 的运算跟运维，我们已经实现了。例如说，假设我今天带一个小朋友，小女生，她穿红色衣服，大概不高，我们在即刻的后台马上搜寻前1个小时、2个小时她的整个轨迹动态，这在我们的设备上已经实现了。那这样的设备、这样的实现，在于本身台湾强大的 IT 的制造，那背后另外就是 AI 的运算。那台达也是很有布局，在于台湾最大的摄影机制造商 CCTV 的制造商叫精锐通讯，那总部在中和。那台达也透过公开投资也超过它50%，也是使我们台达集团的一份子。台达也因为有这样的 AI 的设备，那让我们全球的布局往楼宇智慧化的布局越走越大，越走越远。那以上很快的从智慧城市的管理平台，再来3个具体有效的解决方案，来供所有的在宇宙的先进做参考。那最后也再次谢谢新北市政府所有的局处室，也谢谢全台湾所有公部门的局处室，唯有他们的努力，为业者创造很好的平台跟机会，让我们在这里可以不断的发光发热。谢谢大家，谢谢。
好，谢谢苏处长哈。那底下有几个问题想分别请教4位了哈。首先我来请教华硕跟台达电哈。因为今年4月3号刚好花莲又大地震啊，那是不是能够从这个智慧建筑跟智慧医疗哈，像这个尤其台湾地区啊，台风啊、地震很多哈，那能够做什么这个帮助啊？2分钟，一个人2分钟，谢谢。
那我很快2分钟，那我捡2个很快的提议。第一个，其实建筑来说，我实说，各位很清楚，我们都更的步伐不够快，那很多的围绕建筑都不断的发生。那我们第一个，我个人从智慧建筑的角度出发，装设各种的 device 或监测，或做建筑的健检哦，包括屋外的健检，编列合理的预算来做屋外的健检哦，这是第一步。包括我们本身集合住宅的大楼管委会可以做的，另外从公部门角度可以编列预算来鼓励的来做建筑物的健检。第二个，内部我们自己业者或是自己能做的，就是在一些危险的地方，透过 device 的装设来避免或者有一些危险的地方能够事先的侦测跟预防。
好，那在灾防这一块给各位2个例子好，第一个是我们在 Web Device 的部分，刚好在 COVID 的时候就有帮到国家在就是帮助这个得到 COVID 人的健康状态的追踪我们就实际有参与所以就透过好的 Wearable Devices， 那我们的 Wearable Device 对于生理信号的完整度蛮高所以这是一个我们可以帮到忙的地方。所以在重大灾难结束可能都会有一些身心需要监控结束的地方我们可以做。但另外一个就是刚刚讲的超音波那这个在重大灾害如果需要比较这个不容易到达就是不容易到医院等等的这个诊断场景，我们也可以帮忙到。以上。
好，谢谢苏处长跟吴总经理哈。那再过来呢，有一个问题请教这个远传电信跟纳智捷哈，那个也就是说我们现在人口越来越增加哈，也老化，那这里面会带动的另外就是一个能源的消耗的问题了哈，能源消耗的问题。那这个请教一下哈，这个2位在这个能源、交通啊、智慧能源，那目前你们最积极或者最在突破的点是哪一块？一样，2位各2分钟，谢谢。
我好像有那个 PowerPoint， 可以帮我秀一下吗？对，我的 PowerPoint， 我有准备几页啊。我们纳智捷基本上我想大家都知道只要我们是不是老外啊，我们在座大部分台湾人都知道，纳智捷基本上未来就是走向纯电车，这是我们的目标。所以呢，不用多说纯电车基本上就是在交通上面来讲的话，让整个碳排放能够降到最低。各位都知道，车厂都有一个规范就是我们政府对车厂都有一个规范是 CAFE。这个也是全球的一些相关的规范，就是你的这个车厂的每年的总体的碳排放量的一些规范。那我们这边既然走向纯电车，我想这个就不是一个问题所以我们是朝这个方向去做一个推进。前年国发会在3月底的时候寄出了一个长程的一个计划，2050年净零碳排。我想这个大家都知道，在车辆的部分有一个净零路径的一个规划，在2040年，他们希望在那个时间点，当年度的新车销售呢，基本上全面电动化。但是所谓的全面电动化呢，基本上可能还要有个明确的定义，并不是单纯的纯电车，可能还有 PHEV， 就是插混。插混基本上的定义又是怎么样呢？我想目前我们的立法院跟我们的行政院还在讨论当中它的纯电续航力到底是多长？这是比较重要的一件事情。那另外就是说，2030年的电动车的新售占比，就是新车的销售占比，要占当年度的30%这是我们在前年国发会所端出来的一个目标。从这边推下去以后，就可以看到在2030年的基本上我们大概全台湾的电动车大概就是用40万台去乘以30%，那就是12万台要是电动车，其中大概有一半以上大概都是国产车那对于我们纳智捷来讲的话，当然会朝向这个目标去做一个推进。相关的台湾的油车的排气法规，大部分都是跟着欧规在走欧盟在走，所以基本上在座也有很多是欧洲来的欧盟的法规呢越来越严苛，我相信欧洲的车厂也遭受到这样的一个压力。在欧洲的7期端上来以后，台湾势必也会跟进。所以呢，在2026年年底，台湾就会端出台湾的7期排气法规。当这个法规一出来，我相信台湾很多原厂就是台湾大部分都是组装厂嘛，原厂他们的一些这个车型呢，可能就没有办法去跟上来。所以在2027年1月1号开始，我相信台湾的路上会干净的很多。这个是刚刚跟各位所回复的大概是这个是我们目前的一个状况谢谢主持人。
好，谢谢。我多么希望我还有剩下20分钟可以慢慢讲。首先先呼应一下我们是那个403大地震其实台北的北部地区的人大家没有什么太大的发生意外，那是因为很多人在后面负重前行根据我们系统上面的侦测其实至少有26个大型路口，像忠孝东路、基隆路这种大型路口是断电的情况，但是因为有装了大量的 UPS 把它救起来了，所以各位没有任何感觉。这是第一个报告。第二个部分，其实我们在积极协助台电建置这个 AMI 其实还有几个用意第一个最重要是，大家现在买了电动车，在家里装充电桩，你怎么知道电够不够？其实大家都请厂商施工班把它装上去之后，可以用就好了。事实上，台电一个，譬如说以透天为例，约莫只能提供50安。光是一个充电桩7 kW 就32安，你怎么知道你用电安不安全？上次在新竹就发生这种事情了，所以在用电上面、安全上面是非常非常重要的。另外，我也呼应一下这个充电桩的建制，公有充电桩的建制，这也是非常重要。电动车要普及，我记得几个月前马前总统在大陆参访的时候问说，为什么内地的电动车、新能源车这么的普及？他给出一个答案，叫做他们建置了5800万支的充电桩，到处都可以充电。那我们大概短期没有办法建5800万支，但是我们可以建得更 smart 一点。我们怎么做呢？我们透过我们的电信大数据，知道人流会怎么移动，它停留时间会多久， 譬如说，举个例子来讲，我们帮新竹市建充电桩，南寮渔港，各位知道它停留多久吗？约莫1个小时31分钟，平均停留在那边时间。所以我就知道我的充电桩在那边盖是要盖60 kW 还是120 kW。来做这样资讯化的分配，那我要盖几支呢？我就可以知道，透过这个人流的分析，以及它什么时候会过去，来做一个调整。好，这个是透过智慧化跟我们所谓的大人物、大数据、人工智慧、物联网的方式，来帮城市建立更好的基础。谢谢。
好，谢谢4位哈。这个在今天早上一开始，我们讲这个智慧城市啊，有一个很重要的 keyword 叫做 connectivity。连结度了哈，那这个 connectivity 呢，其实刚好用 ICF community 就是一个 connectivity 的 motherboard 啊，像我们电脑，那我们这个新的产品、新的服务就一个一个插上去，最后呢，这整个 city 或者整个 community 是 smarter 啊。那我想再次谢谢4位哈，那让我们看到台湾的这个叫做什么啊？这个群山啊，护国群山就站在各位的面前啊。好，那再次谢谢大家，也谢谢各位，谢谢。
好，谢谢。那我们请我们5位先就坐，我们一起拍张大合照，请看一下我们左手边的摄影师，来在这边。好，我们一起看一下。好，另外一位摄影师。那一样呢，我们邀请不好意思来到舞台的中央，帮我们起身，一起在舞台的中央一起进行一张大合影。好，我们再次掌声送给我们舞台上的5位语坛人 ，Please give them a big round of applause. Thank you for the really informative sharing. 好，我们非常感谢我们的贵宾将国际的观点、各国经验都带到了台湾。那我们现在刚刚也跟大家 share 了我们台湾的一些经验，也希望呢我们的这个来自国外的贵宾呢也一样收获满满。Thank you, thank you so much. Please kindly take your seats. 我们也请贵宾们可以先行就座。那在今天呢，我们有来自国外的贵宾分享，以及来自台湾的贵宾分享完之后呢，今天的论坛呢也即将来到了尾声。所以在今天的这个论坛的最后呢，我们要有请到我们2024新北市智慧城市国际论坛暨ICF Top7宣布晚宴的共同主办人 ICF Co-founder 联合创办人 Robert Bell 来为我们今天的会议做一个闭幕致辞。那我 like to welcome Mr. Robert Bell to join us on stage again for the closing remarks. Welcome.
I will be brief. I may come over there.
Sure.
Prop this up. Thank you very much. Well, it has been a tour of the world today. That is the world of AI for public good. Bridging Taiwan, the US, Canada, Australia, Brazil, and Europe. And the key takeaways that I found most interesting were the following. Mayor Chris, whoops, hello, she disappeared. Mayor Chris Grooms, you see, I knew who you were, I just couldn't find you on my tablet, of Dublin described how her small city became a magnet for talent and investment in central Ohio, achieving something that stands out for me, which is she has a working population of 70,000 and a residential population of 50,000. That's unusual for a small city. And that's done through a range of programs that you would expect from a city about 10 times their size. Mark Jameson, former mayor of Sunshine Coast, reminded us that governments need to keep up with residents in their use of AI because they are using it already in their daily lives. And he offered some excellent examples from Australia of practical applications by cities already putting AI to work. Mayor Barry Verbanovic of Kitchener shared with us Canada's strategy for AI commercialization, for standards development and talent and research development, and also the remarkable strengths of his mid-sized city in mixing public sector and private sector policy and investment to achieve success. We heard from Antonio Carvalho, who is the president of the Association of Innovation Secretaries in Brazil. And he shared some examples from the cities of Curitiba, from Maceió, from Açaí, and even Brazil's legislature, which I think The American Congress could use some artificial intelligence too, but that's a topic for another time. My favorites were the programs that use AI to analyze the needs of households for social assistance and to activate services automatically from child birth to schooling. Alexander Schmidt of Babel explained Europe's legal and policy approaches to AI through legislation that puts the needs of people first. And he made clear that AI and IT are the only tools, and this is my big takeaway, the only tools that are going to help us achieve those net zero goals, particularly in Europe between 2030 and 2050. Picking up on Alexander's theme, I moderated a panel on the drive towards zero carbon. And my takeaway, again, a new thought, which I appreciate so much, is that sustainability cannot be pursued as a separate goal, not effectively, but it can succeed through integration with things we're already doing to build our communities, economic development, workforce development, innovation, and most of all, with people's needs. And finally, a panel we just finished, moderated by Professor Lin Feng Tian, explored IT, AI, mobility, and health and welfare advances here in Taiwan. And it illustrated something that I'm very familiar with, which is Taiwan's very productive partnerships among private companies, national government, local government, and universities, aiming to improve the quality of life, to improve access to healthcare, the quality of public services, and the nation's ability to move toward net zero carbon. So I look forward to meeting many of you tonight at tonight's dinner and announcement of the top 7 semifinalists in ICF's Intelligent Community Awards. Back to you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Mr. Robert Bell, for this wonderful summary at the very end of today's forum. Thank you so much. Please kindly take your seats. 哇，我们非常感谢 Robert 在最后呢，帮我们这个统整了今天一整天所有讲者的精华。那我们新北市将会持续的和国际交流，用 AI 创新发展治理的策略。那希望呢，今天在座的各位都真的收获满满，一同跟我们新北市一起迈向永续的智慧城市。今天的论坛到这边圆满完成，非常感谢各位的莅临。那我们接下来会是换场的时间。Thank you all for joining us today at the forum, and the forum will conclude right now. And it's time for the venue to set up for the dinner, the ICF Top 7 Global Cities Announcement Dinner. Very exciting. So right now, please remember to bring all of your belongings as we're going to resetting the venue for the dinner banquet. And thank you all for joining us. We will have the cocktail outside of the venue for you during the waiting time. 那我们接下来会是换场的时间，所以要请我们所有的贵宾呢把所有的个人物品都携带好，因为待会我们场内会进行换场换成晚宴的形式，所以也麻烦大家把所有的物品都携带在身上。那我们在场外呢有备有鸡尾酒，请各位可以在等待的时间来进行享用。那如果有参与晚宴的贵宾呢，可以继续保留您的口译耳机。那如果说待会不会参与晚宴的贵宾，那麻烦帮我们记得归还您的口译设备。那我们待会在同一个场地5点半的时候会再一次的开放入场，是我们2024 ICF Top 7宣布晚宴的入场，5点半的时候会再进行开放。那也期待您的再次莅临。So before you leave, please remember your personal belongings, and also guests attending the dinner, you may keep your interpretation headset. And if you're leaving right now, please remember to return your interpretation headset at the front desk. And the venue for 2024 ICF Top 7 announcement dinner will reopen at 5:30. So please come back here at 5:30. Meanwhile, please enjoy the cocktail outside. And I hope you all had a great day. And we're looking forward to a wonderful evening later. Thank you.